Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. We meet here regularly. We typically meet each year, year in, year out, to make some conclusions, to look back in retrospect, to think about things we've accomplished and those that we have not, and why. Well, I'll spare you the long statements. I think there are plenty of those wishing to ask their questions. So instead, we will have a discussion. And during our meetup today, I'll try to use this opportunity to answer your questions and give you the my best idea of what's going on in the country. Thank you for the interest to these meetings. And let's get started. Thank you, Mr. President. We've got a small tradition. The first question is the right reserved for the old-timers of the presidential pool who have been covering the work of the president for several years running. Mayak, Vladimir Samfirov, you have the floor. Please pass the mic on. Mr. President, Valery Samfirov, Mayak radio station. One question. I've been listening to the forecast. It's been told that there will be no snow until the end of December. And, well, the question, how are you going to record your New Year's address without snow? But any jokes aside, the question about climate change, what do you think would be the consequences fraught with it? Is it really happening? What would be the impact for Russia? What climate change bears for Russia? And another thing, this year the Russian Federation joined the Paris climate deal, and according to it, up to 2013 the emissions from our country should be curbed to 25–30%. During the recent VTB press conference, you mentioned that we'll be able to cut them by 60%. Was this a slip of tongue, or have you made a mistake? All right, you got me here. Indeed, we have joined the Paris climate deal. We've announced it even before so, but now it was institutionally properly formalized, and now it enshrines the number 25 to 30%. 30% from what? From the base level, that is 1990. This is pretty much the criteria all the countries use. They use the 1990 as the base level, and then they use it as a reference point. All right, how do you get out of this blunder? All right, let's use minus 30% as the 0 point, the reference point. We can then use the absorption capacity of our forests, and then they will be used to accommodate for the rest 70%. That's what I meant to say. Now, to the second point. Russia, as you probably know, is not the biggest polluter as far as emissions are concerned. United Nations statistics can be different, but they cite different places, but the first place is reserved for the United States and China. They emit about 60% of the overall emissions. EU accounts for 11, Russia accounts for 6, and India for 5% of global emissions. Now, as you know, the Paris climate deal mandates us to prevent the growth of global temperature by 1.5 degrees. Whether we will accomplish this goal or not, I don't know. Nobody knows the global reasons for global climate change. All we know is that during the history of Earth there were periods of global cooling and global warming, and it can hinge upon a variety of reasons. A small inclination of axis of rotation of Earth, a small change, a slight change of its orbit around the Sun, all of them can be an impact, all of them can be an influence, and all of it can cause the climate change. Now, there were dramatic changes of temperature in the history of our planet. So, as we are pondering this, let me posit it this way. As we try to calculate the impact of climate change, is really difficult, and yet we cannot stand still. We cannot do nothing about it. So I agree that the question is indeed of urgent importance, and we need to do everything possible to prevent this drastic change of temperatures. Now, to what Russia does about it. The temperature growth pace is 2.5 times higher than the global level. As you are well aware, ours is a northern country. 70% of our country is beyond the northern latitude. We have major cities standing on permafrost, major cities on in the Arctic Circle. Imagine what happens if permafrost starts to melt. Now, some cities may encounter growing temperatures, be it Moscow. I think Moscow hit the record high temperatures for December, but it also can cause desertification of many territories. And this is a direct ramification for us. The climate change also is manifested in the growing frequency of natural disasters. And this is a direct implication for us as well. That is to say, we have been fighting climate change, we are fighting it now, and we will spare no effort to minimize the efforts from these changes. Let's go on. Now to the left flank regions. It's been 15 years since Kamchatka has not asked a question. Now to Kamchatka, please. Mr. President, colleagues, Mr. Peskov. It's true. We've been kept silent for 10 years. It's well known. We can only reach the continent if we fly from Kamchatka on an aircraft. Yes, there was a flat rate tariff scale introduced and subsidies for students, retired citizens, and children, families with a lot of children. But the subsidies do not cover the 100% of the population. Now we are hearing debates that the subsidies can be cancelled at all. So we will be locked, in fact, locked in our region. It's also it's been a long time since you visited Kamchatka. Is it because the tickets are so expensive? No, it's not the case. It has, in fact, nothing to do with the cost of tickets. Know why? Because I have a discount as one of the members of those categories entitled for the subsidy. But it's not the case. Speaking seriously now, it's been a while since I visited Kamchatka, and there are many issues. Thing is, my trips, local trips, are not official visits. Official visits is when I visit a foreign country. A working visit is when I visit the regions of Russia. But rest assured, Kamchatka has never been forgotten. We know that it's a crucially important region in the socio-economic and the military level. As you know, one of the naval bases is stationed there, naval base for our submarines. That is to say, we have been and we will pay attention to Kamchatka's needs. Now, to the flat rate needs, a flat rate scale that Aeroflot introduced. It's been just speculations. That's what they do to get more subsidies from the government, trying to push us to get a little more money. We will continue this work. We will keep the subsidies. But what we need to achieve in the long run is to make the income of our citizens to grow. But we will cover it time and again. The incomes of Russian citizens have been growing far too slow. But simultaneously with this, we will need to push down the commuting costs, including the ticket costs. So far as the global changes are yet to materialize, we will keep the ticket subsidies. Make no mistake. We have discussed this with the Aeroflot leadership and the Vice Minister in Transport. To the mic, please. Well, we'll get to the issue of garbage, of St. Petersburg, etc. Well, let's do it this way. As an exception, I'll take your question, but please, do not do this again. Otherwise, we'll quickly reduce to some sort of an Oriental marketplace. All right, get the mic and ask the question. Viktor Smirnov. We are covering news of Leningrad area, and as you are well aware, here's what's going on. The garbage reform, the so-called garbage reform, was launched in earnest in all Russia. It has been postponed to 2022, for many regions got this delay. In Leningrad Oblast, Leningrad region, the reform has already started. What we're seeing is that all the garbage from the St. Petersburg, the city, the metropolitan city, is taken out to the region, to the county. And in fact, we see that the logistics suffer from these huge cargo flows. And then a reasonable question arises. While landfills and dump sites are created under my window, in my backyard, how come it's not regulated? Can we push Leningrad authorities a little more? The question is not about just introducing more regulations. It's about the need to create more dialogue. We need a mechanism for getting the requests and petitions from the citizens. Can you reformulate? Let me just finish the question. Can we ask for a 20-minute interview before you leave the building? Well, that cannot be organized, but give me some more time to finish the question. Time after the press conference, be it this year or the next year, the time after press conference is something that we can allocate for the interview. Now, let me get back to the issue of garbage. We are generating 70 million tons of household wastes annually, on a yearly basis. And the garbage treatment and garbage processing industry is something that has never existed in the Soviet Union or in the new Russia. We are creating it from the scratch. Now, let me get this right. Major landmark decisions have been made. The regulatory framework is something that we start from the get-go. We create the network of the garbage processing operators. We have agreed on the mechanism of territorial distribution of authorities and mandates. Who's responsible for what? Now, what are we lacking? We lack the direct dialogue for citizens. We need to reach out to them, to show them where the garbage will be treated, where it will be dumped, and clearly we should absolutely get rid of any gray areas and criminal elements that are ripe in this area. I know that many people try to instrumentalize this issue, who try to introduce more tariffs and pass them on to the citizen, who will try to charge them more for garbage collection. We need to get down to the nitty-gritty to ensure maximum transparency. Say, take the rural areas. Many of them faced increased tariffs for garbage collection, which were never collected in the first place. They've always been dumped to the forest nearby. But this is a major issue. Where do we get this garbage? The logistics should be paid for, and people, this is crucial, should understand what they are paying for. Now, let me get to the Leningrad County now. It faces the very same question. How come St. Petersburg dumps its garbage to the county? Well, they can bring it somewhere further. They can bring it up to, I don't know, to the Arctic Ocean, but then the price will be even higher. And after all, Leningrad and the surrounding region is the single economic entity. In fact, during the Soviet era, it was governed from the same center of making decisions.
And the interest of this very single region might differ according to the subject of the federation concerned. But so that people, many coming from the Leningrad region and as well as the Moscow region, they come to work in St. Petersburg and then generate waste in St. Petersburg, and then they go back to where they live. We should make this process transparent and the situation should change. But then we need to develop this area from the point of view of the construction of relevant plants. But we need to boost this construction in order to recycle waste. And we need to understand this and to explain to people how those plants are going to function, what would be the damage, if any, for the environment, and would they create any issues for people who live close to those plants. Because in major big cities, for example in Tokyo, those recycling plants are located in the city and they do not smell, they do not make any fumes, they do not ruin the lives of people, they do not cause any harm for the environment. And if we are going to take into consideration the environment, then we'll have no issues. But then we have to do it as we have decided. And for that, we need public monitoring. We need public organizations for that. I have already talked with the United Front of Russia leaders, and now I would like them to focus on this issue again, and we will do it together. We will resolve this issue. So, TVC, I remember that in recent years we have ignored their questions, but this year I give them the floor. Matei Shestakov, TV Center. It is often that in the media we are accused that the real sector of economy is based on the heritage of the Soviet Union, the plants were constructed by then, and the fields were exploited back then. What would you say to these people, and what has been done in recent years? Some airports might be constructed, some roads might have been constructed. Well, when it comes to criticism, it's always useful. It makes us think about the topics that were raised by the critics. As for the fact that we are now living off the Soviet heritage, it's impossible not to make use of the 1,000 years of the previous state, and including the USSR period. And many things done in the USSR times are things that we are proud of. For example, the victory in the Great Patriotic War, the first flight into space, etc., etc. We have had many achievements. And we should be grateful to our fathers and forefathers for building such a superpower back then. But as for today, I would say to those people who believe that nothing has changed, I would like to say a couple of words. First and foremost, 75% of industrial capacities when it comes to manufacturing has been creating since the year 2000. The average age of equipment stands at 12 years in the manufacturing industry. What does that mean? It bespeaks of the things done in the recent decade. You talked about airports, so we have built 3 new airports, 45 new roads and 12 new railway stations. Many of them have been deeply modernized. The amount of federal highways has grown twofold, and they adhere to the standards. It used to be at 39, and now it's more than 80. A poignant example is agriculture. As you remember, and I guess that many people here belong to the older generation, and so they do remember that the Soviet Union always bought grains. We were one of major grain buyers, wheat buyers. And now Russia is the biggest exporter of wheat to the global market. We are ranked #1, ahead of the United States and Canada. They do produce more, but they also consume more. And we are ranked first on the international market when it comes to wheat. And we have seen the agricultural production grow by 46%. And multifold growth in export. $24 billion, that's the trade turnover in agriculture on the international market. And I'm not talking about grains only, but this is the main source of income coming from abroad in agriculture. But the same is true for poultry and animal husbandry. And altogether, all ports of the Soviet Union transshipped 600 million tons. And do you know what is the figure in Russia? 1,104 million. And all of this has been created in the last decade. As for various fields, around 600 new fields have been used, and this is including 57 that is about to be opened this year. We can talk about any industry, and I'm not even mentioning such modern industries, for example, as nuclear energies. We have launched 8 new units in recent years. And I guess that in the Soviet times, we altogether launched 16 units. And this gives us great advantage when it comes to combating climate change. Because thanks to hydropower and gas, we have the greenest economic structure in the world. We have created also new industries, for example, liquefied natural gas. We have created the same industries in the Far East and in the polar region. And in the nuclear energy, we have made a major leap forward when it comes to generation. This is indeed a major leap. And those who believe that we are only living off the heritage of the previous generations and the resources we inherited from the Soviet times are mistaken. Now let's move on to that wing. We have the interregional SME, the Ural.ru. Please give them the mic. Anton Lishenkov. My question is about negative events in the field of medicine, because they are highly relevant, and the queues last for months in various regions of Russia, and the salary of a doctor might be so low that doctors resign in mass. And, for example, the head might receive, the head of the medical department might receive up to 100,000 rubles, while the ordinary doctors only 50,000 rubles. You have held meetings on the primary care, on the medicine in general, and you talked about how all the reforms, all the transformation should have a swift and effect and must be efficient. And I would like to understand why the system remains immobile, and all the reforms that take place are only minor, and no radical solutions that could change the situations for the better are just non-existent. And you personally have been engaged in this area, so I would like to understand why the situation is as such, and maybe we need another management model for medicine, or maybe the state should find resources to support the existing system. As for the model, you should not touch the general model because it is developing, and we see satisfying growth. Of course, issues do exist, and you have mentioned one of them, the level of salary. But in medicine, we have a higher average salary than in other social spheres. And the figures mentioned in my decrees of 2012, we have the growth stipulated in those decrees, but I have to agree with you. Those are only average numbers. You talked about how heads of departments could have higher salaries by ordinary doctors. For example, surgeons might have lower salaries. Yes, we need to resolve this issue. From the point of view of salary, you should look inside this very area itself, because there are ways to change the situation, and they are well known and they are simple. The first thing, you need to increase the insurance policy tariffs, or maybe change something inside this policy. But actually there is nothing to change, because 70% of money goes for salaries. But if we would change something inside the existing tariff, then we'll have no money left for medicines or equipment. So the second way to resolve this is to increase the tariff itself. But then this would be a burden for the economy altogether, because companies would have to pay for this. And this would lead to an increase in prices and higher inflation. So the increase in salaries, which would be possible in such a case, would be basically eaten up by inflation. So this is not the best solution either. Can we do something inside the existing system? Of course we can. You have mentioned it yourself. The chief of a department might have higher salary, while ordinary doctors might have a lower salary. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of this gap, a very unfair gap. Then you need to change the basic rate for their salary, because in regions it might vary from 30 to 50%, and we need to have a singular approach within the country. You also need to have a single approach to any benefits. For example, for the amount of patients, for the amount of visits to the patients, etc., etc. At the same time, you cannot lower any benefits for working in special conditions, for example, night shifts or during the holidays. If we would have order in this department, then we'll see change for the better. This is not enough, though, and together with the growth of our economy, we need to raise the salaries in the social sector and first and foremost in medicine. I do agree with that. Thank you. Now, as for sports, Match TV, if you are going to ask about sports, though. Olga Bogoslovskaya, Match TV. I represent the National Sports Channel, so my question is dedicated to sports. And the situation, a very complex situation that Russian sport is in. On the 9th of December, the Executive Committee of the World Anti-Doping Agency has taken an unprecedentedly severe decision to ban Russia from participating in major sporting events, which include the Olympic and Paralympic Games, Summer and Winter Olympics. The decision was made due to the fact that the Moscow laboratory data presented by the Russian side did not coincide with the information provided by WADA's whistleblowers. And Russian anti-doping agency's rights have been breached. However, those who suffered the most were athletes, innocent athletes. So my question is, what is going to happen next? What do Russian athletes need to do in future, and how is Russian sport going to develop in such a complex situation? Thank you. I will respond to your question, but I have made some remarks. And I don't think I have fully answered the previous question. I would like to say a couple of words about the events and measures we have outlined in primary care. We have decided to allocate additionally to the expenses we have and additionally to the expenses allocated in the national project, 550 billion rubles. And the money will mostly go to setting in order the main funds and buying the equipment. We are going to make 10,000 of our facilities up to standards, and we are going to buy 7,000 units of transport. We are also going to buy up to 30,000, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed. 10,000 pieces of equipment. So I believe that in a short period of time we'll manage to implement all those plans and people would feel that the situation is changing. And the second part, which has been enshrined into the national projects, they also earmark a sum of money for primary care, but mostly the money would go for the sector of oncology. And I hope that we will see some proper results. We see some results when it comes to combating cardiovascular diseases. We have 20% growth in tuberculosis, and child mortality has gone down immensely, and we are going to move on in this area. Now, as for WADA and WADA's decision, this is not only unfair, but it's just something that doesn't make sense. As for doping, the decisions related to doping were made last time for the previous Olympics, and our athletes could come there with a neutral flag. And this is a precedent. Nothing like that has ever happened in the history of international sporting events. And I believe that any sort of punishment should be individual. So if somebody was found guilty of something, then it's only natural and just to punish them. But then, if the overwhelming majority of athletes are clean, how can you punish them for actions of anybody else? And we have a girl in figure skating. She's very young. They're all very young. So what do they have to do with doping? Nothing.
But they can jump, spinning 4 times. This is something unseen for in women's figure skating. Yes, you can take them away from the ice using such methods, but would it benefit the world sport? I don't think so. Apart from that, I mentioned that at the press conference in Paris. This decision is contrary to the Olympic Charter. The team of a country should not and must not perform under the neutral flag if there are no allegations or accusations or claims against the National Olympic Committee. That's what the Olympic Charter says, and there are no claims against our national committee, so they have to sort this out somehow. We are doing everything in our power to make sure the Russian sport is clean. Rusada, in particular, was set up in close contact with our colleagues from WADA, and we even chose the leadership at their recommendation. I think everything that I said gives the grounds to think that this decision has been somewhat politically motivated. Well, let us give the floor to the federal media. I see the first channel. Take the mic, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Please introduce yourself. Konstantin Panushkin, First Channel. Good afternoon. First, I should like to thank you on behalf of the journalists of the First Channel and maybe other Russia's channels for the words you said during your press conference in Paris. After the press conference, we listened to that. You talked to the Chancellor of Germany and also to the President of France. You talked about issues Russian journalists are running into when working in Ukraine. Maybe we can work someday as comfortably as Ukrainian journalists working here in Russia. I believe there are some here. After Paris, after 2.5 weeks, during which our partners have mentioned, in particular Ukraine, do you think there is a point in meeting once again in 4 months? After that, do you think the Steinmeier formula, the Minsk agreements, are going to withstand the current situation? What is the future of Donbass? That is another question. Now, another one is, what about your meeting with President Zelensky? What are the prospects right now of sorting out the relations between Russia and Ukraine? Are there any shifts for the better? And last, President Zelensky has spoken about you in Paris. What do you think about President Zelensky? Let's start with the last part of your question. I usually try to avoid answering such questions because I do not think it is proper for me to give answers to such questions, to give any characteristic to my colleagues, even to those who have already left their positions, my counterparts, leaders of other countries. I have never given characteristics to them, as you've probably noticed. Let us give characteristics to historic personalities, but as for those who are still with us, well, it's not proper. Some have advantages, others have disadvantages, but if people make it to this level of power, it means that they've gone through a very serious sieve of selection. They are extraordinary people anyway. As for the Normandy format, the Minsk agreements, I can tell you that there is nothing else, no alternative to the Minsk agreements. And I was very concerned by the statement of President Zelensky after he left Paris, and when he said that the Minsk agreements could be revisited. If the Minsk agreements are revisited, the whole situation can end up in a deadlock, a complete one. Because the centerpiece of the Minsk agreements is the special status law of Donbass, which is supposed to be implemented and incorporated into the basic law of Ukraine, that is the constitution. It has been prolonged for another year, but it's not on a permanent basis. And it's not just me, but other participants of the Normandy 4 that are saying that this law has to be rendered permanent and afterwards incorporated into the basic law of Ukraine. But as it seems, neither the previous leadership of Ukraine nor the current one are unwilling to do that. That's the first thing. Secondly, there is a need for a direct dialogue with Donbass, and there is none. Right now, there is talk about some amendments regarding the decentralization principle. But is it supposed to replace the Minsk agreements? Is it supposed to replace the special status law? How can one imagine that? Yes, one can do that. But the Minsk agreements say that if it's regarding Donbass, then it has to be done in consultation and concert with the representatives of the region. And there's no consent given on their part. Now, as for the next meeting in April, it's going to be relevant if there are any shifts for the better. And there are some, and we have to be objective about that. First, the special status law has been extended, so the basis for settlement has not been lost. Armed forces have been withdrawn from some key points, that's true, but unfortunately our partners in Ukraine for some reason do not want a disengagement along the whole line of contact. I think it's a mistake, but that is the position they have taken. The amount of shelling has gone down, which is an improvement too. Unfortunately, there is still some fire. There are positive things, there are some alarming things, but all of this is a matter for dialogue. That is why it is useful to continue to work in the normative format. You mentioned colleagues from Ukraine. Maybe we should give the floor to them. Yes, our traditional guest. Let us give the mic to him. Good afternoon. My name is Roman Sobolik. I represent Union News Agency of Ukraine. I've got no problems working here in Russia. Maybe if Ukrainian tanks were in Kuban, you could probably change your attitude towards that as well. Do you talk about T-72 or T-34? Our main tank is T-64, and it's constructed in Kharkiv. T-64, it was designed back in the Soviet Union. Yes, you mentioned the tanks that were produced there as well. If you'll allow me, as a follow-up to the question on Minsk agreements, can I ask you about the date when you take the decision to dissolve the occupation administration in Luhansk and Donetsk? You are calling them republics, but they are not in the Minsk agreements. And what about the gas? It seems as if you are not going to give us back the $3 billion you owe us under the arbitration procedure. First, dissolution of authorities. That's the first question. The second, gas. Yes, $3 billion. Look, as for the Minsk agreements and the dissolution of the bodies of authority in the unrecognized republics, first, these Minsk agreements were reached after a meeting where Ukraine was represented by President Poroshenko, ex-president, and he insisted that the signatures of heads of two unrecognized republics should be put to these Minsk agreements. They simply cornered me, whereas the heads of these two republics, they were unwilling to put their signatures on that document. I'm going to open to you the secret. So in the end, we managed to persuade them to sign. So this led to Ukraine itself recognizing that these two republics exist. That was the first part. Secondly, elections were held in those two republics. People came to the polls and they cast their vote. And I think this is an absolutely democratic way of setting up authorities. Third, the Minsk agreements directly cite the rights of these republics. It sets it all forth. It speaks about the language, the local police. Another aspect, and I'm moving towards some issues that lead to differences of opinion. And I think the public in Russia and in Ukraine have to know that. There is a point, an item which speaks about the withdrawal of mercenaries and foreign troops, as well as closing up the border. The border is supposed to be closed on the second day after the election, and it is supposed to complete only after an overall political settlement which stipulates that amendments have to be made to the constitution of Ukraine, and that stipulates that the rights stipulated under the Minsk agreements have to be granted to the two republics. After this has been done, the border is going to be closed completely. Now, as for the withdrawal of foreign troops, there are no foreign troops there. Yes, there are local militia, local self-defense forces, which consist of local population. I'm always asked the question, where did they get the tanks from, heavy artillery? Look, in many hotspots all across the world, we see conflicts and hostilities with the use of tanks, artillery, and so on and so forth. Where do they get this equipment from? Maybe from those countries that sympathize with them, the structures of those countries that sympathize with them, but this is their equipment, not equipment imported from abroad. Now, as for mercenaries, I mentioned that in Paris there are French and German who are fighting on both sides of the front line. Yes, let's address this issue of mercenaries, but these mercenaries do not form the bulk of these armed groups. And I'm absolutely sincere with you. So far, we see no genuine willingness to address this matter through dialogue with the people. We see no willingness to create favorable conditions. On the contrary, they're trying to create conditions for an armed solution, a forceful solution with the use of aviation. The current president even doesn't remember that aviation was used there. And it was used, I'm telling you that. So I think this old approach is discarded once the current authorities of Ukraine start dialogue with the people. Then it's going to settle the conflict. It was the decision of the Kyiv authorities to separate these territories from the rest of the country. They introduced the blockade themselves. It was not Moscow. But luckily, I see some changes for the better here as well. As you can see, there's been some improvement. There is demining ongoing, but this is not sufficient. There is a long way ahead for the people who live there to start living better. But if they embark upon this path of dialogue, of seeking compromise, then they're going to move forward. If they revert back to their old position of trying to use force to suffocate these republics, it's not going to work. You know, this phrase, Donbass, is not to be messed with. So, they're tough guys, and I do not think that force is going to be sufficient to address this issue. Now, the last part of your question, the gas trade war. 3 billion you mentioned. I'd like to point out that a part of our reserve funds, some of the Russian national welfare has been invested into Ukrainian securities, 3 billion, and there is a London court ruling which has not been observed, which hasn't been respected. We want to address the issue of gas. This is a very delicate matter. As a lawyer by education, I'm confident that the decision of the Stockholm arbitration is not legal per se. It is mostly political. Maybe it might seem bizarre to those who are in the audience, but one of the grounds for the ruling passed by the Stockholm Arbitration Court, the dire economic situation is cited of Ukraine. It's just ridiculous. But the decision is there, the ruling is there, and we have to take that into account, and we're going to do that. And we'll seek for a solution which is going to be acceptable to everyone, in particular to Ukraine. And yes, we've built new infrastructure projects, Nord Stream 1, 2, Turk Stream, but despite that, we're still going to retain transit through Ukraine. The question is, with regard to the volume of this transit and the contracts, the terms of those. Are we're not trying to enter into a contract so as to cut transit afterwards, because we're interested in this route. The Ukrainian route is convenient, even though it is longer to Europe than the Baltic route. So, as it is longer, it is more expensive. But this is a well-established route to Central Europe, to Eastern Europe, and we are willing to preserve it. And we can give a 20-25% discount to Ukraine. We're willing to do that, as I've been telling. And it would help decrease the price for the end user. Instead of increasing the prices as you're planning to do starting from January the 1st, it's going to be 300 and up for all categories of users, in particular individuals. And we are en route to these agreements. And what we are going to try to do is to make sure that Ukraine is happy with these agreements. We have no intention whatsoever to raise tensions in the energy sector or trying to use the situation to somehow influence the state of affairs in Ukraine. We're interested in Ukraine getting resources. We are interested in our consumers in Europe being sure and confident that we have normal relations with our neighbors and everything is going to be according to schedule. Let us move on to that next sector. Next to the curtain, we're going to give the floor to Omsk. I think we've never given Omsk a chance to ask a question so far. There is a woman who has risen. Are you going to be able to give her the floor, the mic, please? We agreed to respect one another. Omsk. Good afternoon. Olga Korybova, Arguments and Facts, Omsk. I am editor-in-chief. Mr. President, I've got a question not just about Omsk, but could you raise your hand, please? I do not see you. My question is about the Ural region as a whole. I would like to ask you about demographics, migration, about everything, about the social state of affairs of the region behind the Ural Mountains. If you want to talk about everything, we'll talk, and it's going to be the end of it. Well, yes, this initiative of the Russian Far East Hector has been introduced, and special mortgage scheme. But people are still moving to Moscow, which seems to be enormous, and to St. Petersburg. How can we retain talented young people of 30 to 40? We'd like to live them in our regions. We'd like them to have a chance to get a normal mortgage, to have a residence, a place to live in. Do you have any initiatives to that end? Well, yes, we saw the depopulation in the Russian Far East, which is going far more rapidly than in any other region of Russia. The Russian Far East Hector scheme has been used by a great number of people, and we've extended the opportunity for getting that, not just to those who live in the Russian Far East, but for everyone who wants to move to the Russian Far East and live there. This land is used either for housing construction or for agriculture or for business, in particular tourist business. As is well known, there are issues, which is mainly due to the fact that the allocation of this land is not always the best as regards the infrastructure, the roads, the access to electricity. So what we need to do first is to complete this process there and then move on to other regions.
Now, there is other aspect to it as well. We fully understand what's going on in the Ural region. And there is a package of measures to boost the demography there, and we will spread these practices to your region as well. First of all, I'm talking about families with children, especially those with 3 children or more. Now, one other issue that you've brought up, the issue of other measures and incentives, say 2% interest rate mortgages. In general, this is possible, but we will have to figure out, to analyze how it will be implemented in the Far East. How many people would actually apply to get this mortgage? We need to make some number crunching and then use this as a rationale for further steps. Now, let us ask one of the patriarchs of the Russian journalist, Andrei Kolesnikov, humble as he always is. But he's not for the first, it's not the first time he's working with the president. Andrei Kolesnikov, I have two questions. First relates to the Human Rights Council. You brought up Vladimir Ulyanov, Vladimir Lenin, who was... You actually accused him of many things, something that we've never heard from you before. You've mentioned his nicknames, well, nicknames or aliases. You said that he caused the collapse, he destroyed the millennium-old state. You looked as you were furious and angry. Well, makes me wonder, are any logical steps will follow? Will we finally get Lenin's body out of the mausoleum on the Red Square? Now, the second question. You had a debate with Alexander Sokurov, the renowned director, movie director. You discussed the personality of Ramzan Kadyrov, and in this case you barely held your emotions. Do you have anything to add up about this interview? Well, let me put it this way. I try to refrain from discussing these issues, but Mr. Sokurov brought them up, so I had to answer. It seems like I need to clarify. To the role of Lenin in our history and my personal assessments of his, I think he was rather a revolutionary, not a statesman. And as I was saying, the millennia-old history of our state, I was saying that it was a centralized, unitary state. What did Lenin propose? He suggested that we create a confederation, not even a federation, which meant that certain ethnicities were linked to certain federal regions and got no right to leave the Soviet Union. Now, let's look at it this way. A strictly centralized state that was converted into a confederation. But look at it this way. Even the territories, the regions, were delineated in such a way that they did not align with the places where these ethnicities traditionally lived, which immediately created conflict spots. Now look at the Russian Federation. 2,000 conflict spots like this. If we let the situation let loose, it will be more than we bargained for. So, in the end, Lenin formula was adopted. And what have we got here? We've just recently discussed with my Ukrainian counterpart our relationship. We've discussed the genuinely Russian territories that had nothing to do with Ukrainians that were, nevertheless, connected to Ukraine, that were passed on to Ukraine with a really strange, really weird wording, which sounded something like to increase the ratio of proletariat in Ukraine, so as to fight the bourgeois that lived in Ukraine. And it sounds like a rather odd decision, don't you find it? And yet it's part of our history, part of the history whose architect, to a certain extent, was Vladimir Lenin. Now we're trying to figure it out. Now, let's look at what communists did. They in fact, make the history of the country tantamount to the history of the Communist Party. As soon as the party itself started to collapse, the country itself also got fractured and started to collapse too. That's what I think, and I stick by this opinion until this day. And I think you know it full well, that for a while I worked in the intelligence service. Intelligence service The KGB of the USSR was a strictly politicized machine, and I had really strict beliefs, watertight beliefs about the leadership of the Communist Party. But now I'm thinking a bit different. I know that geopolitical reasons was something that was not reckoned with as the Soviet Union was collapsed, and as the communist mistakes became more obvious. We saw the collapse of the country. This was a fundamental mistake of the statecraft, of the state building. Now, let's move to the issue of Lenin's body. I don't think that's the gist of the body. We should leave it as is. After all, there are plenty of people, plenty of Russians who feel that this is a part of their identity. This is a reflection of the Soviet accomplishments, of all the good things that the Soviet Union done. Many people like this link their own destinies to the attainments of Vladimir Lenin. We should just move on. We should move on and develop as a country, as a nation. Now, to the second issue, to hero of Russia, Ramzan Kadyrov. I mentioned this time and again, and I'll say it once more. I remember the time I met his father, the first president of the Republic of Chechnya. He came to me to talk. He did not come to surrender. He came to try to articulate a relationship with Russia. It was before the hostilities in the Northern Caucasus. He told me back then that Islamic countries would render us some support. That's what we thought would happen, told me Kadyrov the elder, but it didn't happen so. They tried to submit us to their will. And now I understand that we'd be much better off if we stay a part of Russia. It was always respectful to our identity, to our religion. That's what he told me. You know what fate befell him? You know what happened to him? He was murdered by terrorists. What was he killed for? He gave his life for Russia, for Chechnya, and for his people. This was a conscious decision. I will always regret the fact that I actually let him go to these festivities. He was back in my office. I told him, come on, just stay here, let's wait for a while, but he went, and you know the rest. Now, let's move on to the personality of Ramzan Kadyrov. You know that he lives in a constant danger. He's constantly threatened, day in and day out. Besides, he personally participates in certain military operations in Chechnya, as the FSB director was reporting to me. And I was telling him, well, you should decorate them with some military awards, people who participated in it. And he told me, well, it's not our guys. I said, who's then? He said, it's Kadyrov's guys and himself. Well, I told him, I personally prohibit you to do this. And yet he persists. After all, he was awarded with a Hero of Russia title. It's not a small thing. You know, I'm not given this titles left, right, and center. He deserved it. He earned this right and this title. Now look at the city of Grozny. It was rebuilt from the ashes, like Stalingrad. And it's his merit. We could have awarded him with the Hero of Labor title, but he's too young for a while. He should wait a little bit. He'll get it. In the meantime, I think I saw a Chechen journalist right in the center, the central sector. And you can get the mic. Please lift your hand so we can see you. But please still, give your affiliation and be as succinct as possible. President Putin, good afternoon. Alkazir Kerimov, Grozny TV channel, thank you for your heartfelt words about the first president of Chechnya and about President Kadyrov himself. What I'm trying to say, Chechnya now is a vibrant region. It develops rapidly, which is something that we should thank your decisions for. Thank you for the trust that you've placed in us. Chechnya loves you and always welcomes you. Now the question. We often hear discussions about highway construction to Georgia via Chechnya. That would decrease the workload on the other routes. It will increase the throughput capacity. Now, people have to stand hours in the traffic jams. So this highway would actually be a very helpful thing. It will give us a channel for the cargo. What do you think about it? Do you think is it economically viable to build a highway to Georgia via Chechnya? Do you support it? And do you think it will materialize? And another question. Head of Chechnya has recently suggested that we build a high-speed railway line from Krasnodar through Chechnya and would link it to the central parts of Russia. This will definitely be a positive impact for the availability and the connectivity of Chechen Republic. What's your opinion about it? Do you think it will be brought to life? Well, let me tell you this. If we look at the south of Russia, the southern region, Chechnya included, there are plenty of infrastructure development projects. All of them are underway. Many of them are currently analyzed, but more of them are underway. I will spare you the details for now, but I do know about these projects. We are currently weighing the pros and cons, and we just recently discussed the Chechnya connectivity between the Republic and Krasnodar, between Chechnya and the Black Sea coast. It is in the works. It is now premature to discuss the specifics. We need to continue to analyze this, but it is a viable project. I'll tell you this. And the first part of the question was about Georgia. Yes, highway to Georgia. Indeed, there are some issues of connectivity to Georgia because the passes are covered with snow, the mountain passes, and the highways are almost intractable. So far, we have no specific plan for its construction in the Ministry of Transport, but let me tell you this, we know full well about this idea. We think that it is economically viable, but we need to analyze it in details before we move to it head-on. Dmitry Simes. First channel, Dmitry Simes. Mr. President, 2 days ago, U.S. Congress has passed the sanctions against Russia with such a majority, that President Trump would be stuck if he wanted to use his veto right. And as you probably know, yesterday the House of Representatives impeached President Trump. This is the context in which the foreign policy decisions are made in the United States, including the decisions about Russia. Now, in this context, what do you think are the opportunities that Russia still has to enhance or improve the relationship with the United States while Donald Trump is still the president? What can you do to improve strategic stability and, more specifically, to prolong the New START treaty? Let me start from the end part of your question. You sound as if President Trump's presidency is at an end. Well, I don't think so. After all, Republicans have the majority in the Senate, and they, I think, wouldn't be exactly willing to remove their party member from the president's office. After all, House of Representatives is the Democratic majority. They've lost the elections, and they have tried to revise this history with the means that they have at their disposal, trying to accuse him of the collusion, which never happened. Now they invented this story about the pressure on Ukraine that was allegedly exerted. Now, your congressmen know it better. let me move back to the decisions made in Russia. Decisions made in the United States vis-à-vis Russia. These people are legislators, and they should pass laws about their own country. They have no responsibility for their implementation. They have nothing to do with it as they are signed into laws. Now, we know the current approach, that the United States will work with us in the areas where our interests coincide, and they will try to constrain us or try to detain us, whether it is fitting for them. But we know this tactics full well, and this is not an amicable act at all. This is not a friendly policy. They say they want to help Ukraine to keep the transit system intact. Well, I've been just saying this to President Zelensky. We want exactly the same thing. Well, if you want to help, you can chip in. You can send some money, send some financial aid to Ukraine. Well, help them subsidize the budget. Now, after all, they don't send any financial aid, but they give them guarantees for the future possible loans. But this is not actual money, you know? This is not actual support. IMF, where the United States holds sway, require them to remove all the discounts for the tariffs, the energy tariffs, and the population will be, again, very, very discontent. The coal deliveries issue and others is something I can cite as well. The Transcarpathian region. Well, it seems like the current administration supports Ukraine, but at the same time, it delivers severe blows to it, requires them to sell the land. For Ukrainians, well, their land is sacred, and I can really get behind this logic. Indeed, opposition immediately jumped at this rationale, and now opposition tries to hurt Zelensky for the alleged fact that he accepted the offer. Now, we are trying to help Ukraine. Now the United States want us to subsidize Ukrainian budget. Why would we do this? Why wouldn't you do it yourself? Do some discounted loans program and propose this to Ukraine. Now, that being said, we stand ready to improve and enhance our relationship with the United States, and we will do it regardless of the fact who is currently resides in the Oval Office and who has the majority in the House of Representatives or in the Senate. Now, you've mentioned it yourself. One of the pillars that we can use to develop our relationship is the global security, and namely the New START treaty. We've tabled our suggestion. I will say it again. By the end of the year, until the year ends, we are still ready to prolong the New START treaty. Just we are waiting for them to send it to us, to communicate it to us via, I don't know, email or any secure channel. We'll put our signature and send it back to the White House. But now it seems that the White House is not ready. So we hear no response to our proposals. Now imagine this, if there is no New START treaty, there is nothing in the world that curtails the arms race, and this is a very bad development.
Now to Mir, the first row here. Thank you very much, Mr. Peskov. Elena Dashkova, Mir Company, at the meeting of the heads of the CIS countries in Ashgabat, you touched upon the topic of celebration the 75 years of victory in the Great Patriotic War, and you said that this victory is important for every citizen of the Soviet Union. And you suggested that the leaders of the CIS countries come to the commemoratory events in Russia for the occasion, and you have decided to hold joint commemorative events together to mark this date. And do you feel sorry that the military men would not march in the commemorative march from all the Soviet republics, including Georgia? Well, that's actually their choice whether to take part in the parade or not. If somebody is not going to come due to the current state of our interstate relations, that would be a major mistake, because that means that they do not show respect for the people who fought and who died for the independence of their country. This is what I would like to mention. And I would also like to remember that this has actually been enshrined in the documents, in the Nazi Germany documents. A part of the Slavic population should be used for works, and then they should be sent over the Urals in order to just die there. So back then, that was not only about keeping the statehood, it was about keeping the ethnos of the Slavic people. This is what was at stake back then, because when I hear that we should have given up Leningrad, I'm just saying, are you stupid? You wouldn't be here today if we had done that. And of course, the presence of the heirs of those people who defended our independence, who fought for our peoples, this is very symbolic and very important, and we will be glad to see everyone who will accept our invitation. We have a question from Minsk there. I saw a placard with Minsk written on it from Belarus. Then we'll move on to Iran, etc., etc. My name is Nagibina Maria, the Ministry of Ideas TV channel. Continuing the topic of the USSR, I would like to ask the following question. As a result of illegal activities of Gorbachev in 1991, millions of people have suffered due to those illegal activities. And the question is, should we have a legal assessment of the events of 1991? And as a result, it would be easier to resolve all the issues pertaining to territorial integrity, especially with Belarus. And last year, you've raised the question about the constitution of the Russian Federation regarding Article 13.2, regarding the ban on ideology. You said this question should be discussed by the public, and all over the country, the activists are collecting signatures, and they have collected more than 200,000 signatures and have already given them to the State Duma and other federal bodies. Do you think that it was discussed enough by the people? As for a legal assessment of the activities and actions of Gorbachev or by anybody else, I do not understand what it would give us in terms of territorial integrity. The questions and the issues have been resolved, and as to what it might give us, I'm not sure that I understand. As for the constitution and ideology, I've already mentioned that in the Soviet times, everything was highly ideologically loaded, and we had singular ideology, that of the party. And that was one of the triggers for the crash of the USSR, because it started from within, and then all the other countries followed. But ideology in a modern democratic society is only possible in the format of patriotism in the best possible sense. It should not be depoliticized, but at the same time should strengthen the core of the Russian state. We have forgotten about the federal news agencies. I see Itartas here on the right. And we kindly ask you to remain in your seats and let's respect one another. This is the press conference of a president. Please sit down. Thank you very much. Last year we started the press conference from a question from TASS. It was about national projects, and my current question is about national projects as well, because this year our agency is the operator of a special information portal dedicated to this very topic. And my question is, the practical implementation of national projects has been ongoing for a year now, and now experts from various regions make critical remarks that the targets in the national projects are unachievable and thus should be corrected. Can you say that the implementation of national projects is at a stalemate? Should we review the targets set out in the projects, or maybe we should come up with additional measures which would help us achieve those targets? For example, personal responsibility for heads of the regions for implementing national projects when it comes to targets, when it comes to the deadline for implementing the projects. Or maybe decentralization might help, for example, expanding the authority of the local executive bodies to have a redistribution of taxes so that they would have more money in their budgets, and using this money they could be more actively engaged in implementing those projects on the ground. I do not think we should review anything. Then we have personal responsibility, but maybe it should be further enforced and detailed. As for the project themselves, those are indeed major projects, and they are one of a kind. We have never worked in such a format using such tools. We had public programs, but that was something quite different. And our projects today are closely tied to targets, and we have allocated resources in order to achieve those targets. And we have also introduced personal responsibility. It is indeed there. And this is the areas we should advance in. As for the stalemate, we should have created from the outset the basis, the appropriate measures, and I was even concerned about how that might move forward. But out of the 38 targets set for this year, 26 targets have been achieved, and 12 have not been achieved. But in such major areas as resettlement of people from dilapidated housing, we have not only achieved the targets, but we have actually exceeded it threefold. So the situation is stable, it is under control, so we need to see what's going on in real life to analyze the results and then make any sort of corrections. But to have an overall review, that's not the case. Now, another federal agency, Interfax. Give the mic to Interfax, please. Ksenia Golovanova from Interfax. This year was fruitful when it came to major cases that caused public outcry. And at the meeting of the Human Rights Council, the members talked to you about this, and they talked about the case of Ivan Golunov. You have not commented on this. During the direct line with the president, you called this situation unprecedented, and you said that the people at fault should be found and punished. However, those people have not been found. The materials of this case have been classified, and the investigation is ongoing with regards to people who have not been identified. And I guess that Ivan Golunov's case is a reflection of such characteristics of our law enforcement system that everyone sees and experiences. They do not give out to their own people. Maybe it's time to try to clean this system and to make it more regular once again. And can you guarantee that Ivan Golunov's case would be investigated but not would come to a stalemate? I've already mentioned that I worked in the security bodies at the outset of my career, and when I came there were veterans of the service still working there, and some of them just hid in their own offices when one old-timer came in. He worked in 1936, 1937. Back then, we had those cleanses in law enforcement bodies and security bodies, and in the morning, a person would come to work and a case would be instigated against him, and in the evening the body of the person executed would be given to the family. So this old-timer actually executed those people. As for cleanses, that did happen in our history, and we shouldn't have anything like that now. The fact that we need to ameliorate the work of the law enforcement bodies, that is true, and public should have control over what's going on in there. This is indeed evident. And in all law enforcement bodies, they have their own security services, and they do work efficiently. And the fact that they do not give out to their own people, this is incorrect to say this, because there might be the cases when the authorities, the local authorities, want to cover someone up. But I do say that those security services do work efficiently, and a sufficient number of criminal cases instigated against the members of law enforcement bodies are based on the materials provided by their own security services. As for Ivan Golunov, so what's going on in there? Indeed, the decision has been made to classify the materials. The decision was made due to the fact that during the investigations there were several issues regarding the criminal proceedings, and this information is classified. But it doesn't mean that the case shouldn't be investigated properly. I would like to tell you that 5 persons have been fired from their positions from the Ministry of the Interior, and criminal cases have been instigated against all those people. And the investigative committee is now conducting the investigation. And now to RIA Novosti. Thank you very much, RIA Novosti, Irina Glushakova. You said that you're a lawyer, so I'm talking about the law, namely the Constitution. Do you think that we should have any amendments to the Constitution now, because such questions have been raised, and if such amendments are overdue, then what kind of amendments? And the changes have been made 10 years ago regarding certain changes to the Constitution. And the second part of my question is political, regarding the political system of our country. In several days, we will celebrate a 20-year anniversary of you coming to power. Maybe we need to make some amendments to the Constitution, for example, to redistribute the power between the parliament, the government, and even the president. And my last question is, do we have political competition in our country? Do we have political competition in our country? As for Constitution, this is a kind of a live instrument. But I do believe that we should not adopt a new constitution. We have the fundamentals in this constitution when we're talking about the first chapter of the constitution, and we cannot change this. We cannot change the first chapter of the constitution. As for other parts of the constitution, we can make amendments. I know about the discussions that are currently ongoing regarding the amendments to the constitution. I hear them. I see that they take place. I understand the logic behind the arguments of those who propose such things, because they talk about the extension of power for the parliament, changing the prerogative distribution between the parliament and the president, etc., etc. But this requires some proper preparation and having discussion in the society. As for previous amendments, they were only related to the amount of terms. As to what can be done regarding the terms, you can change the wording with consecutive terms. Because I have had 2 consecutive terms, then I left my position, and then I had the constitutional right to come back and be president once again, because I didn't have 2 consecutive terms. But then some political pundits do not feel good about this wording. Maybe we could change this. But then there are other issues at stake as well, but they are not very substantial. But I understand those political parties, especially parliamentary groups, that believe that our level of development of parliamentarism and the level of society is such that the parliament should take up more functions and should have more power. We need to think about this. As for political competition, we have 54 parties registered, and 4 of them are currently being eliminated, but 54, that's a good number, and 12 of them act at the federal level. So I believe that this is very much in line with the requirements regarding political competition. And we have not given the opportunity to ask the question to the organizers, Russia 1 channel. The right sector there. Could you please stand up? Alexander Khristenko, Russia channel. Our National Welfare Fund is growing. Well, thank God. It has trillions of rubles, and next year we expect even greater numbers. But the leaders of the financial bloc do argue, for example, here in this very hall, should we save the money or should we spend more? Should we spend more to increase the economic growth? And why are we so afraid of inflation? Let's start with your last question. We are not afraid of inflation. We believe that we should have targeted inflation and we should decrease the inflation because it leads to lower real income of the population. So we have some questions that we need to focus on. So inflation translates into higher prices, and we do not want to see higher prices. This is one of the fundamental macroeconomic conditions which ensure economic growth. Inflation expectations undermine investment processes. This is the problem. But I would like to highlight we have some good numbers. Russia is one of the leaders when it comes to emerging markets, when it comes to the state of financial and budget systems. And this year, according to the latest data, we have inflation at 3.25%. This is a very good number. At the start of the next year, we might see 3%. As for reserve funds and the National Welfare Fund, yes, we have seen its growth. It has grown twofold this year, and this is a great figure once again. Whether to spend or not to spend, this is your next question. 20% of the fund, the National Welfare Fund, is already in circulation due to various tools, including the web tool, and 8% has been spent on major direct investment project. For example, the Central Ring Road in Moscow was funded by this fund. We are also buying trains for the Russian railroad company. This is good for our transport sector, this is good for creating jobs, this is good for advancing machine building. And now the money has been allocated for delinking. And they're saying there's a bottleneck there. But if money has not been investment into the delinking, then the situation would be much worse.
So, yes, indeed, we are witnessing changes in the coal market in particular in Europe, and we need to ensure the development of the Eastern testing ground. Maybe we are going to use the money from the National Welfare Fund, and in particular to that end. We have taken a decision in accordance with which we have frozen the spending from the National Welfare Fund until such moment as it has reached 7% of the GDP. We've hit this threshold, it's 7.3%, but the money is going to arrive on the accounts mid-year next year, mid-2020, and after that we can start spending the money actively. But I would like to draw your attention to the fact that these funds are mostly meant to ensure the stability of the national currency. So, to a large extent, this is a cushion for our security. Amid a very acute international crisis in 2008, we performed all our social obligations. Despite a significant decrease in national revenue, we managed to use the money from the National Welfare Fund to make all the social payments that we owed. Yes, it's very simple to throw around money like someone who sows without understanding what is going to happen to the oil prices tomorrow. But we're not going to be careless. We're going to use the money carefully. Let's look here. Yaroslavl, our colleagues from Yaroslavl, could you rise, please, and take the mic? Good afternoon, Mr. President. Arseny Kondratyev, VGTRK, Yaroslavl region. Our follow-up to what Match TV has asked about WADA, not about sport, however, but about the development of the regions. Now that our athletes have been banned from participating in international events, a question has arisen with regard to holding such competitions. Yaroslavl was one of the cities to host the 2022 Volleyball World Cup. For our city, as for many others, it was a unique opportunity to build new sports facilities, to develop the sport and transportation infrastructure. Do you think now the cities are going to lose that? Well, no. WADA has not prohibited these events from being hosted by Russia. They simply recommend. The Europe Championship is gonna take place. I just recently met the head of the UEFA, and he said the tickets have already been sold. No one is going to get back money for that, so it's going to happen. I think we have to be calm and we have to wait patiently for the decision of the Court of Arbitration, and then we'll understand where we are. But Russian athletes are still getting ready. They're going to get ready for different competitions. They are wonderful, they're talented, and they're going to make us happy by their victories. I can see the Russian newspaper, our largest media. Could you rise, please, so that we can see you? Yes, Russian newspaper. No? While is selecting someone. Oh, there you are. Yes, CCTV, please. CCTV, take the floor, please. Yes, please. Go ahead. Good afternoon, Mr. President, CCTV, Media Corporation of China. I've got two questions. The first is about the relations between Russia and China. This year we celebrated 70 years since the establishment of ties between our two countries. Can we say that our relations have entered a new era? And another question. What do you think are the most significant, the best results of this Russian-Chinese partnership, and what are the prospects, what is the potential of our relations? And another question is about the international situation right now. It's fraught with uncertainty and instability. It is evident that some countries are pursuing a policy of unilateralism and protectionism, thereby undermining the foundations of international law and freedom of trade, whereas both China and Russia champion a multipolar world. What do you think? What do you think are the measures that China and Russia can take so as to reinforce the basic principles of multipolar world and freedom of trade? How can we efficiently respond to external challenges? The most important thing China and Russia have achieved over the recent years is not just the trade we have or sectors we cooperate in. No, the most important thing is the unprecedented level of trust we have managed to foster. This is the foundation upon which we managed to secure economic successes. Our trade has overpassed 100 billion, and it's going to be 200 billion. I'm confident we have good relations in space exploration, transport, machine building, and many other sectors and industries. There is no doubt that the Russian-Chinese partnership is one of the major factors ensuring international stability, in particular in reinforcing international law, building a multipolar world. This multipolar world has been built. There is no longer a unipolar world. After the Soviet Union collapse, an illusion emerged that such a unipolar world was possible and it could survive, but it was nothing but an illusion. I've always said that, and the recent events have demonstrated that to us. You're talking about the US primarily, I believe. But the thing is, the multipolar world is a derivative of economic relations. After the Second World War, the American share in the world GDP stood at 50%, whereas China's GDP share is superior to that of the US. China is right now ahead of the US in terms of its share in the world GDP, and it's ahead of the US in many other respects as well. And based on the purchasing parity, the Chinese economy is bigger than the American, and it's inevitable. And we see changes happening in other areas as well. And apart from that, the world cannot be a unipolar one. It cannot have one single center from whence the international community is managed. But this is to a large extent due to our cooperation with China. We are going to continue building our strategic ties with China. I'm confident this is going to benefit both the Russian nation as well as the Chinese nation. Yes, please. The Russian newspaper. Yes, yes. Quiet, please. Calm down. Well, do come to our conferences and meetings. Kira Latikina, Russian newspaper. Yes, I get that. Colleagues, let's have respect for one another. Kira Latikina, Russian newspaper. I would like to get back to our victory in the Great Patriotic War. Yes, I'm here. Next year, Russia is celebrating the 75th anniversary. It's going to be the year of memory and glory. And in September this year, timed with the anniversary of the beginning of the First World War, the European Parliament adopted a resolution saying that fascism and Nazism was tantamount to Soviet regime, and they call it totalitarianism. They designated a day, the Day of Fighters Against Totalitarianism. What do you think about that? Well, there's nothing good about totalitarianism, and totalitarianism deserves condemnation, no doubt about that. The decision of the European Parliament is known to me, and I think it's absolutely unacceptable and incorrect. You can anathemize as much as you will Stalinism and totalitarianism, and these condemnations are going to be well-deserved to a certain extent, because our people fell victim to this totalitarianism. But you cannot put on one table the Soviet Union and Nazist Germany. It means that people do not know history. Maybe they cannot read or write. Let them read the documents of that time. Let them remember 1938, the Munich collusion, as we call it, when the leaders of the leading countries, France, the UK, signed an agreement with Hitler on the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia. Look at what Poland did back then. It did everything to get its part of Czechoslovakia. Look at what the Soviet Union was doing back then, suggesting to all the international actors to build up a single anti-fascist front. And look how countries were loath to do that, trying to push Hitler towards an aggression eastwards, lacking the understanding that Germany was trying to extend its Lebensraum eastwards through waging war against the Soviet Union. For this anniversary, I'd like to write and publish an article, and I requested my colleagues to get me some materials from the archives. When I read some things, I see it all clearly. You can see it month by month, how they were trying to appease Hitler. Stalin didn't stoop down to direct contacts with Hitler, whereas the leaders of the UK and France met personally with Hitler and they signed some papers. Yes, the Soviet Union did sign the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and there was a secret addendum to that. Is it good or bad? It's very important. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the Soviet Union was the last European state to sign a pact of non-aggression with Hitler. And everyone had done the same before. So what was the Soviet Union supposed to do? Was it supposed to stay on its own against Germany? Yes, they're saying that there were some secret protocols, the dismemberment of Poland, but Poland did participate itself in the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia. It grabbed two areas. They leveled an ultimatum. They set up a special army for that, for this aggression. But Czechoslovakia simply surrendered and surrendered the territories to Poland. But they did it as well. Yes, the Soviet troops did enter Poland under those protocols. But there is one thing you've to keep in mind. The troops did enter, but only after the Polish government had lost control of its armed forces, and it had lost control over what was happening in Poland, and it was somewhere near the border with Romania, so there was no one to talk to. Moreover, when we talk about the heroic fighters protecting the fortress of Brest, the fascist Germany troops seized Brest-Litovsk, then they liberated it, and it was entered into by the Red Army. And I've got to ask this question of those who make such decisions. We didn't conquer it. The Soviet Union didn't conquer it. First, it was conquered by the German army, then it left, and we seized these territories. I'm going to let you familiarize yourselves with that. I would also like to bring to the attention of our colleagues from the CIS these materials from the archives. If you're interested, do come. Yes, I saw the upper part of the central sector, Irkutsk. Yekaterina Machivranina, Red Line TV channel. Yes, please, do introduce yourselves. Yekaterina Machivrani, Red Channel. Yes, please, do raise your hand. I'm here, a little to the left. Yes, Mr. President, my question not about Irkutsk, but about the ex-governor of Irkutsk region, Sergei Levchenko. You accepted his resignation recently. Our correspondent is in the region in Toulon since August, and they see that the picture is somewhat different from the one broadcast by the federal TV channels. And the statistics show the results of what Mr. Levchik did. They speak for themselves. He is the only governor who managed to increase twofold our GDP, construction sixfold, 6% is the growth rate of our economy. It is more than the overall world growth, and he managed to do a lot to eliminate the consequences of the flooding. 90%, 80% of the victims have managed to get certificates for temporary housing. Only 46 people are in temporary camps, and almost all of them have been given these certificates. So why did you accept the resignation of so efficient a governor? Is it just about Toulon, or has there been something else? If you are hinting that he is a representative of the Communist Party, I'd like to give you assurances that it has had no bearing on the matter whatsoever. We've got different governors who've won the elections, people from Liberal Democratic Party, from the Communist Party. It has no significance to me. The most important thing for me is his or her efficiency. You've cited some statistics. I've got some statistics myself, and this statistics is very eloquent, telling me that there are many issues in Irkutsk. I cannot say that Governor Levchenko did a bad job entirely. No, not at all. But the situation that has emerged there is too complex to work so disposedly. I did not start to accept these resignations right away. First, I looked at what was happening. You say that people have been provided with housing. Of course, because the winter has come. Secondly, you've probably paid attention to what people were saying when I visited Irkutsk. One of their requests was to send someone else, and I took my time. I first looked at the developments. There are many issues. I would hate to throw stones at a person who has already tendered his resignation. At the first stage, he was doing his best, but amid these conditions, a specialist is required who is well-versed in the matters at hand. And I believe that the person who we designated Deputy Minister for Emergency Response is going to be up to the task, especially now that is going to get the support of the Federal Center that has allocated some good money. We have forgotten RBC, and they don't deserve that. Please do not shout. There is no need for that. Good afternoon. Polina Himshishvili, RBC. You've already mentioned your tomorrow's meeting, your next meeting with President of Belarus. What do you think the Union State should look like? What do we need to have in common in politics and in economics? What President Lukashenko doesn't like about that? And if the Belarus side insists that the price should be as it's in Russia, does it mean that we can have one single state in gas and not in other areas? Now, as for the next elections, some say that after that this union state can be headed by you. And the last question about this Golunov case, maybe you know who ordered this. I have no information as to who ordered these drugs to be planted, to be done with this question right away. Now, as for the question about our relations with Belarus and the prices on energy, first, I think the decision to set up a union state was the right one. The Russian and the Belarusian people, as well as the Ukrainian people, ethnically are almost the same nation, especially given our history, given our spiritual roots. So I'm very glad to see that Belarus and Russia are growing closer. And we've got some achievements, especially in the social sphere. But the decisions that were taken to build a union state, to a large extent, have not been put into practice. 90% has not been done on each and every item. If you look at that, it's not a secret document after all, but almost nothing has been done. A lot, however, has been done within the framework of the Eurasian Economic Union. And to a certain extent, and economically, our integration within the Eurasian Economic Union is deeper than that within the framework of the Union State. That is why President Lukashenko and I have agreed to get back to this issue and to look what else can be done to spur on the development of the Union State. As far as energy is concerned, we've got some decisions within the Eurasian Economic Union. By 2024, we are supposed to build one single market in energy. Now, as for gas and oil, we are selling everything to Belarus without a fee, a duty. That's the first thing. Now, as for our exports to Europe and to Belarus, first, Belarus has the lowest prices we can offer to our foreign partners. $127 for 1,000 cubic meters, whereas it's 200 for 1,000 cubic meters for Europe. The margin of profit for Belarus and for Europe is, there is a 4-time difference between that.
After all, if we look at the other numbers, the average net weighted price for Russian gas, is $70 per 1,000 cubic meters. $70 is the $70 average net weighted, 75 for the industry, and 62 for the population. And the further you go from the extraction side, the more subsidies it implies. Say, Smolensk has the highest subsidies in this case. Smolensk consumes about 2 billion cubic meters of gas. In Belarus, we export the same amount of gas. So if we subsidize the entire Belarusian economy, what that would imply? It would mean that Russia subsidizes the primary energy source for an entire country. Very dubious move, wouldn't you agree? Why Russia, a sovereign state, would subsidize another sovereign state to the same extent as it subsidizes the most subsidized region within the country itself? Is it technically possible? It is, but what does it require? It requires a single set of standards, single set of rules, laws, laws on taxation, laws on regulation policy, law on budgetary support across the field. It would also imply one other thing. It would imply the single national supervision authorities for the supervision, for the monitoring. It would require single regulation in anti-monopoly field. It requires a huge effort. And this effort can only be done if we have political will to do so and determination from both sides. But, by the way, we have such a will, we have such a determination, and we've discussed this with our Belarusian partners, and we are progressing along the way. But we don't know so far whether we will be able to walk this path until the very end. So you are getting ahead of yourself in your question. It's too early, premature perhaps, to say whether we are ready to join our countries or not. And it's premature to say whether it's an erroneous decision to decline this offer or not. And as for the fee-less exports, it indeed is an issue, and we are currently readjusting the taxation system in Russia. We are increasing the mining tax, and simultaneously we are decreasing the customs fees. These are the two simultaneous tracks, and in this instances, in this context, Belarus is indeed losing the premium that it was gaining previously. But this is an internal policy. This is not about Belarus in and of itself. It, just like I said, a matter of internal policy that Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Energy and other federal ministries believe to be the best way to go due to the efficiency losses within the country. That's the way we readjust our own industry. We are fully aware of the issues. We are in constant dialogue with our partners, and we will continue this dialogue. Let me remind you this. We support our Belarusian friends in many, many ways. I think we allocated them about $7 billion worth of loans, and we will continue to extending them those loans. But this should be done as a part of an overall dialogue. We are ready to open up our market to them. You know that about 97% of agricultural export produce is exported to Russia exactly. What I'm saying is we are doing a very calm and sustained effort on this track. Some issues we have arranged, some have not. We'll continue this work. Now, let us move some eastwards from our European borders. Magadan, please stand up. To the mic, please. The question cannot be... Interpretation impossible. Speak to the mic, please. Thank you very much. All right, now to Magadan has the floor. Olga Burlia, Dalma Plus TV channel. Thank you from the citizens of Kolyma for your support of the Far East and your attention to matters of relevance to the Far East. Now, let me get back to the issue of the mortgage issue on the Far East. In our region, the program is in the full swing. There are people who got the mortgages, the 2% mortgages. Oh, don't you think that the banks will stiffen the regulation for the bad borrowers? It is well known that now many people face issues as they try to use the so-called mother's capital, as they try to reimburse banks using these funds, to reimburse banks with their TDs or with their mortgages. Do you think that state support can be provided for this program? Now, first, banks are not declining to use the mother's capital to pay off a part of the mortgage, but the procedure to get these funds to use them is indeed very complicated, and we have to streamline this. We need to drive down the number of days that it takes to use the maternity capital to pay off the mortgage debt. And this work is underway. We'll try to reduce the number of days required by half. But some of my colleagues say that even this is not enough. What do we do in this case? We should perhaps induce and promote the usage of the so-called electronic document workflow, so that the pension fund that processes the maternity capital, the developers, would be able to communicate electronically, so that a person files a petition or an application, and the banks receives it in an electronic form, then sends it to the pension fund. This should and can be done. We've just discussed this recently with my colleagues in the government, and we'll proceed exactly like this. Now, to the matter of 2% mortgage rate. Why would banks decline the applications of bad borrowers? We are subsidizing them. This will absolutely a profitable thing for them. So I expect no difficulties in this case. I think this should go pretty smooth, but we have to look at how these measures are implemented in practice, on the ground. Okay, a question to the foreign media. Give your affiliation, please. Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Christian Ash. I'm head of the Spiegel Moscow's office. I have a question about the issue that is a major concern and an irritant for Germany. Murder of a Georgian citizen in Germany, a Chechen individual, Selimhan Kangashvili. Now, we are seeing direct contradictions between the information that Moscow provides and that Berlin has. It clashes. And I have a question about this case. Now, it turned out that the German part did not receive the appropriate information from Russia, and it turns out that there is an individual under the same name who was imprisoned previously in Russia, so there must be identity details about this person. And other thing that you've already mentioned after the press conference in Paris. Russia has repeatedly raised the question about the extradition of this person, the German case. And German Ministry of Interior has recently said that there were no petitions, no documents sent in this regard. Who is right, you or him? Both of us are right. Well, these questions have been discussed repeatedly on the matter of on the level of special services, but no official application was sent through the General Prosecutor's Office. Our authorities deemed it unnecessary because this would produce no result. The guy in question is a violent criminal. He is responsible for 98 deaths in the Northern Caucasus. He's a ruthless killer. In many countries, we see national mourning announced after a lower victim count. So he's a ruthless criminal, and he was implicated in the Moscow subway explosions. Indeed, his issue was repeatedly brought up in our interagency discussion. The key thing that we need to understand is this: the cooperation should be a full-fledged, and it should be a two-way street. We need reciprocity. Please understand when I say this. We are looking at Syria, at what's going on in the refugee camps and the prisons where ISIS fighters are imprisoned. The majority of people there are the expatriates of Central Asian countries. The number 2 country of origin is Russia, but there are plenty, and I mean it when I say this, plenty of people from Western Europe, including from Germany. So what we're seeing that people like this who are ruthless murderers, who are free to walk the European capitals. He was killed in the center of Berlin, meaning that the guy was just strolling in the city center. What if dozens of people like this would come to your capitals? Would you give them the green light to stroll along your peaceful alleys? In order to prevent this from happening, we need cooperation, an efficient cooperation, a cooperation on a reciprocate basis, and that's exactly what we are urging to do. It's not to say that this effort is not in place. We are cooperating in this matter, but we need to do it more actively. I think somebody had deplored that you didn't have a chance to answer the question. I'm sorry. Let me add this up. We had warned Americans about the 2 brothers who were responsible for the Boston Marathon explosion. We warned them time and again, but our warning was ignored, and they killed so many people during the Boston Marathon. And now you have thugs like this walking in Berlin. Please give your affiliation. Thank you for giving me the floor. Please give your affiliation. Svetlana Drobышeva, the former employee of Ogonyok and the Russian Gazette, and even the Russian Pravda. So I had a chance to work in every single one of them. Mr. President, I've actually took off my glasses. I didn't think that I have a chance to ask a question. First, I wanted to give you a present, the Ogonyok magazine from the 2000 with my open letter to you, as you were just starting on your presidential career. The name of the article, the name of this address was "Where the teacher's monument stands." Let me elaborate a little on this. In the capital of Dagestan, the central city of Dagestan, the monument to a teacher was erected, and I'm very grateful for this. But I have another question about the Great Patriotic War. So please be concise, if you may. I will pass on the gift and the questions. I'm asking for a pardon for the person who built this monument. It's called. The guy's name is Said Amirov, who is currently imprisoned. And there's plenty of evidence that it was actually a libel that put him into jail. And another question about the spring of 1945. First, can we kindly ask you to decorate the Hero of Russia award to Sofia Arakcheva, a woman, a Russian intelligence officer who died, who was tortured to death in the front line in 1945. And also, we want to thank the former governor who put a monument to her honor in Orlovsk area. And we wanted to thank for all those people who put their signatures on the initiative to put this monument. And the second question, I'll try to be as brief as possible. Please be respectful to your colleagues. Now, all right. As for the Hero of Russia decoration, I don't have any materials. I will ask my colleagues to dig the archives. As for the pardons, we have received such petitions, and I will look into them with more deliberation. But you know what? There is a court decision delivered on this. And after all, the investigation proved his guilt, so there is evidence. The pardoning him is another issue, but it was not a libel. His guilt was evidence. I know about this case. I'll think about it a little bit more. Do we have a dialogue, or am I responding? Finally, please communicate us the materials. And as for the invitation to participate in the, please send you the list of the people that you want to see on the parade. The fifth channel, I'd like to give the floor to you. Please, no shouting, please. Mr. President. St. Petersburg, fifth channel. Evgeny Gusev, Izvestia Center, and the fifth channel. The question is the following. Sanctions and political pressure exerted by the European Union. A graphic example. Latvia has just recently banned several TV channels, including Fifth Channel. Not exactly a pleasant situation. Now we're seeing a conflict in Estonia, a conflict with the TV channels. You know what? Over the recent time, we see that the situation is growing ever worse. Don't you think that the situation between the media and the European Union authorities will get any better anytime soon? Do you think that these sanctions have any point at all? What is the impact of this pressure, and what would be the consequences of that?
We have discussed this topic several times. There are different sort of assessments, but they all boil down to one thing. For the European Union, according to the estimates, 50 billion euro. I guess the World Bank counted some $50 billion, and 750 million rubles per month were losses for Germany. So those are great losses. And that's just not about the money, it's also about jobs, losing market share on the Russian market. And the gap on the market is filled by other economic operators. So we want to have normal relationships. There are also drawbacks for us, but there are advantages as well, and they're evident. For example, the development of the agricultural sector, a major leap, 24 billion in export. That's great, that's fantastic. Several years ago, no one would have believed that. We have also spent a lot of money, trillions, on import substitution, if we take all the sources. And what is the result? For example, in Russia, we never had helicopter engine building. And now we have it. We have a plant in St. Petersburg. We didn't have engines for vessels. We didn't have this industry altogether, but this is actually a separate industry. And now we have that. New generation ones, and they work very efficiently. The whole industry was created. We've created the science behind it. We've created the training process. In the defense sector, another major leap. Not everything has been accomplished yet, but the progress is there. So it's better to get rid of any political limitations when it comes to economy. This leads to great losses when it comes to economic activities. And there are estimates, for example, the US has introduced restrictions when it comes to China. And this reflects on the entire global economy, on global trade, because global trade has gone down. And if this will continue, then this downward spiral will continue as well. But there's a positive trend in their relationships right now. That's good. But we are also suffering from this current situation when it comes to export goods. There's nothing good about it, but our economy, and I can tell you that for sure, and I take full responsibility for what I say, our economy is fully adapted to any external shocks, and our national currency, by the way, is more stable when it comes to any fluctuations on the energy market prices. So our national currency is no longer linked to oil markets. So the defense sector, yes. Yes. I'm Lydia Novoseltseva. I represent the Rostov region. Back from the Soviet times, we have a number of defense companies were in our region. The latest achievements of science and military equipment productions, we can talk about a true advancement. I'm sorry, I'm a little worried. So do you consider any additional measure to support the competitive nature of our military and defense complex in the coming years? And if you would allow me, the next year we'll see a number of important dates: 75 years since the victory in the Great Patriotic War and 450 years since Kazakhs have been at the service of the state. And in Novocherkassk, the World Congress of Kazakhs will take place, and you have already always supported the Kazakhs, so we are ready to invite you to this very event. So I'll see if my schedule would allow me to visit. As for the defense and military complex, we have managed to develop it, and we are developing it quite rapidly using the latest scientific achievements and technological achievements. The first thing we've accomplished, we've managed to modernize the production bases, because we have earmarked a lot of money, I think 3 trillion rubles, in order to have this modernization. And using all these developments, we've managed to come up with those modern arms systems. We have been continuous and consequent when it comes to these measures, and we have achieved a good result. Now, one of the main issues is the credit load of those companies. We are talking about hundreds of billions of rubles, and the government and the central bank and all the stakeholders, including the companies themselves and people in the government responsible for this sector, are now actively working towards finding a solution. We can detangle this situation, and we have market solutions that can be applied. And I don't want to rush anything, but just several days ago I met with my colleagues and we discussed this very question, and I've tasked them to prepare the final draft of our decision this week. This is very important for people in the defense sector and for the entire country, because the defense sector is a kind of a locomotive of high-tech industry, and we are going to develop this sector. Now in the middle, Gazeta.ru, just in front of our president, the first row. My name is Margarita Gersykova. I'm from Gazeta.ru. In May of this year, you said the following: if anyone can have monopoly in artificial intelligence, then the result would be clear. They would rule the world. Can you tell us about Russia's position in this artificial intelligence race? So are we at the lead or are we at the back? So what kind of projects can see the application of artificial intelligence technologies for ordinary people? For example, when it comes to banking, Sberbank is actively introducing digital technologies when they're working and servicing their clients. This is one example of practical implementations. We have great competitive advantages in this area. We have a great school of mathematics and everything related to that. Digital technologies are based on mathematics. We have just talked about, and your colleague just asked about the use of maternal capital. Maybe if those technologies would be developed further, then we wouldn't have any technical issues such as this one. So a modern understanding of artificial intelligence is developing. There are several definitions of artificial intelligence, and the highest of such definitions is the self-developing, deep learning artificial intelligence. We have already advanced in certain areas, on certain tracks, but in some cases what has been done was not enough. And there are things, apart from the banking sector, for example, drones, for example, unpiloted cars have already driven hundreds of miles. This is now only in the test mode. This is not used in day-to-day life, but without those steps, further development is just impossible. And those are the technologies that can be used in almost all areas of industry and almost all areas of life. So I believe that this is a very important question of our development in future and the very survival of Russian state, because the possibilities that artificial intelligence would provide us would influence the sector of defense, economic development. We have a special program in place we have a pool of investors that might be interested in developing these technologies. They have their own missions. They know what they should do. We have a national project in this area. We have earmarked adequate resources for this project. So again, this is a very important area for us. And I'm not even mentioning the most obvious things, such as, for example, the quality of production and how efficient this production is. This is very important for us, considering we are such a great country and in terms of size, and we have 146 million people. So without those technologies, we cannot even guard our borders properly. So those are very practical things, and this is one of the key areas for our development. Now let's go back to foreign media. Turkey. From Antalya Agency, the fourth row, right in the middle, the mic. Please give them the mic. Thank you very much. Russia has highlighted that it supports the legitimate government of Syria and in other countries that are experiencing a crisis. And in Libya, there's also a crisis. There's the legitimate government, which has been recognized by the international community. But Western media states that Russia supports the so-called Libyan National Army and Russian militants support them. How could you comment on that? And are you going to discuss this with President Erdogan in the context of Syria, for example? And what else are you going to discuss with him? Do you believe what they write in the Western media? Do you believe in everything? Just read what they write about Turkey, and you will change your mind. But seriously speaking, we are aware of the situation. We know that both parties have been contacted by various parties from Western countries, and they have different level of relationships with them. And Russia is in touch with Sarraj's government and with Marshal Haftar's forces, and we are keeping in touch with our partners in Turkey and in Europe. We understand that this is a very acute issue, but you're also well aware what people let this situation deteriorate like this, because Russia was against using arms in Libya, and the relevant Security Council resolution banned the former leader Gaddafi of using his own measures with regards to armed forces. And instead of that, Western coalition decided to use aviation against Libya. So they have perverted the Security Council resolution. And the country that used to flourish and the level of life was actually on par with some European countries is now in chaos. It is fully distracted, and the civil war is still ongoing. So who's right, who's wrong, it's very difficult to say. But as of official Russian government, we keep in touch with Mr. Sarraj and with Mr. Haftar. And from our viewpoint, it would be best to find a solution for the conflicting parties that would allow to put an end to the military activities and to decide on who, when, and how would rule the country. And Libya wants to see this in practice, and this is what we are going to discuss with our partners in Europe. And I have just discussed it on the phone with the German Chancellor and with the President of France. We talked about this with President Erdogan. And these days, in the next days, we'll have a very representative delegation from Turkey coming to Moscow, and they are also going to discuss this very issue. I hope that we will find solutions that would be accepted by Libya, by Libyan people, and together with the UN Special Envoy, Mr. Salami, we will find a final solution to this problem. Now here on the left, Prime Agency, they have the smallest placard. Maria Balok, Prime Agency. My question is, why the government changes the pension system rules once every couple of years and has frozen the pensions of citizens? So maybe we should have long-term rules in place that would not change and would make people believe in the pension system. And is another reform on the way? As for pensions, all the decisions have been made, they are enshrined in our laws, and no changes are planned. No new reforms are currently in the pipeline. We're not even discussing this, not in the administration, not in the government, nowhere. As for any proposals of the Ministry of Finance, then that's only about savings that you can consider investments, and we are talking about the protection of these investments. We have not yet given the floor to NTV, and they're almost desperate. Please give the mic to NTV. You can even skip introduction. I have a question regarding domestic policy. The demographic situation has become more complex this year and even last year, but we have a negative growth this year. This is due to the events of the 90s with low birth rate, but can we actually use the inflow of migrants from the former Soviet Republic, especially from the southern republics, to fill this gap, because many people in Russia do not like this situation, and how the national project demography can help with that? Maybe the government has other efficient measures to offer, for example, to simplify the laws on providing citizenship to Russian-speaking compatriots. I guess a lot has to be done regarding the migration inflows. To find the solution for the demographic problem globally actually entails only two approaches, that is greater birth rate and migration. In Canada, for example, there's a whole ministry dedicated to the questions of migration. So what do? They do not welcome everyone into the country. They welcome people of a certain age, of a certain health level, and of a certain education level. So this is how we should approach our migration policy. It's easier to adapt to the Russian conditions for the people who respect Russian culture, who are familiar with the Russian culture, who can speak Russian. So it's just easier for them to adapt. For example, the people from Belarus, Ukrainians, from people from Moldavia, etc., etc. And the local population likes this process more, and we have a lot of people from Ukraine, and many people have come to Russia after the tragic events in Donbass. It's more difficult for the people from Central Asia to adapt to life in Russia, so we need to introduce our educational systems, to set up courses which would help them to learn Russian language, Russian schools, branches of Russian universities, and then people coming from Central Asia would feel more comfortable here. And there wouldn't be such a degree of irritation coming from, dissatisfaction coming from local population when they see disrespect to our culture. This is not only true for people coming from Central Asia. This is also true for domestic migrants, for example, from North Caucasus. We've talked about Chechnya, about Dagestan. Some people behave in the way that they wouldn't behave in back home, and that is a cause for dissatisfaction and irritation. So it doesn't mean that we should ban people from moving. Economy demands an inflow of migrants, and a lack of proper people working on the job market, of a proper qualification, is an objective factor that contains the growth of our economy.
But all of that has to be done cautiously and prudently. Within the country, we need the public in the regions of Russia to do the proper work, educationally in particular, so that if people move from one region of Russia to another, they could feel at ease, all while respecting the local traditions, customs and rules. I think this can be done, and this should be done, if we treat this as a systemic nature. 2.5 hours, that's how long we've been working already. The right sector, the upper part, Crimea, let's give the floor to them. Do rise, please, and raise your hand. No, not you. Yes, the young lady. And don't neglect the boy. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Next year, we're waiting for you in Crimea, where you are going to inaugurate the railroad section of the bridge. I live in that part of Russia, which use text messages to raise funds for operations that children require. It is heart-rending to see these people suffering. How is this possible, Mr. President, to make sure that there are no terms of special conditions required for rehabilitation and treatment of such children who suffer? First, I'd like to say, just as our education, healthcare is free of charge in our country. There are some segments where the private medicine steps in, but on the whole, as we said, there is a need to make some changes to primary care. People have to get treatment and medical aid free of charge, and first of all, children. And in most cases, this is what happens. And as I've already told you, we've managed to make great headway in decreasing child mortality. This is one of the mechanisms that allow us to address demographic issues. I'll get back to the question you have asked, and I'll add something. You have mentioned 1999. You know, demographic scientists know what happened back then. We had two troughs in our demographic statistics. Everybody dictated, but 1.1 was our overall birth rate in 43 and 44, and it was the same, on par with that in 1999. So you can imagine how great of a decrease that was. And every 20 years, we get this generation, which is not that numerous, which enters the reproductive age. But they're fewer in number, both men and women. Men cannot bear children. It's women who do that. And I can cite you some recent statistics over the last years. The number of women from 20 to 29 years has decreased by 4.5 million people. This is the objective picture. So what are we supposed to do? What we need is to secure an increase in the birth rate through third and fourth children in families. We've got to create a favorable environment for families with children, and sometimes they do run into difficulties. Maybe I'll have time to mention the number of measures we've drafted to to help people, in particular with regard to the maternity capital, expanding the ambit of opportunities maternity capital can be spent upon. We also have increased the allowance, which is now 2 minimum wages, subsistence minimums, as it were, and we're also having a look at what, in addition, can be done to help these people. We are looking into helping them with a mortgage. If there is a third child born, up to 450,000 rubles is provided by the government for the family to be able to pay off the mortgage. We're looking into supporting families with children in the Ural and in Siberia. The families can count upon additional measures of support, but these measures of support are far from sufficient. What we need to do is to increase the level of life on the whole. We have to seek greater incomes, greater salaries for people. It is upon the overall economic situation that this is all gonna hinge. And I have not yet mentioned the children. Of course, what we need to do is to ensure special treatment for children. We've got to pay special attention to children, and that is what we are doing in medical equipment and substances. We've made a special category for children, for medicines for children, as for charity, and as for what's being done through our leading TV channels who send appeals to raise funds for concrete cases. As you can see, such things, such appeals cannot be banned. Of course, it's important to save even one child. If you help one, but one person, God is going to look favorable at you when you stand before him. But of course, we need to put it on a systemic basis in terms of medical treatment for children, and we have to propel it to a high level. As you can see, live news, no, just domestic violence. Do you want to ask me about the law? Yes. Third row, please. Central section. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Mr. Peskov, the whole world watching us. It turns out that we've got no bigger issue than the issue of domestic violence. Right now, the Federation Council has come up with a draft law. It's on the website, and more requests and suggestions have arrived on the website from people. There are many who speak against this law, children with many, families with many children, and the Russian Orthodox Church, feminist organizations, and legal champions. On the contrary, advocate this law. As we can see, the demographic situation in our country is plummeting. No, it's not plummeting. It's a decrease that we anticipated. These are objective trends. Be that as it may, we have to address our demographic issues somehow. And this draft law has some norms which can allow interfering within any family. Yes, there are sadists. Yes, there are brutish people. That's true. But the statistics doesn't correspond to what we get from different sources. What's your question? Did you read the draft law? What's your attitude to it? Do you think it's going to be the last nail in the coffin of our democracy? Because the last nail into the coffin of our democracy. Yes, I get that, yeah. So that is my question. What do you think? Did you read the draft law? Because As it turns out, more than 11,000 of people are against the law, whereas the polls say that it's different, that they're, as we can see, people do not breed in captivity. No, that's true. In captivity, they still breed because sometimes people are born in prisons and detention centers, but however that may be, as for my personal attitude, I have not read the draft law, but Madam Matviyenko has just recently briefed me in detail on this draft law. What is my attitude? It's mixed. On the one hand, you cannot make others love you by force. That's the first thing. In the past, we had councils at different levels requiring that order should be set in family, that the man should be sort of reprimanded. I don't know whether that yielded some positive results. But there is one thing I'm sure against. I'm categorically against any violence within the family, especially violence against women and children, because if there is violence, it is a sign of overall low culture when a more powerful person starts to fend for his or her rights via force, overwhelming force. If there are any violations, the current legal norms can be resorted to, such as maiming or hooliganism or other norms. We've got that in legislation. But that's true that 70% and more of those who've been polled are in favor of this law. So I do not understand whether people are in favor of this law or are they against the violence. I am against the violence. Whether that law is required, well, let's discuss it calmly. In the public space, all of this has to be checked and studied. We need to understand what each and every article of this law says. We've got to try to anticipate the results of this law once it enters into force, and if it's enforced, and then the decision is going to be made. Live news, please. Get back the mic. Yes, it's the right sector. Mr. President, where are you? I'm very close to you. Good afternoon. December the 31st, half of our country are not going to work, or at least pretend to work. Well, those who are not on shift, maybe we can announce that this is a day off, and our women, our wives are going to say that they're going to be very grateful to you. Well, it's better if your wives are going to be grateful to you, not to me, because it's going to reinforce your family, which is the basic part of our society. Now, I agree with your arguments. That's true, but whether we should do it in a hurry on the eve of New Year, I don't know. Some employers have already announced on their own that December the 31st is going to be day off. I can only welcome that decision if they think they can do that, if there can be some switch with other days off, well, maybe without damaging our people who are into gardening, so as not to take away from them a day off in May, for instance. But we can think about that very patiently and consciously. Thank you. RT, please. We've completely forgotten second row, central section. Mr. President, Mr. Peskov, colleagues, I'd like to welcome everyone. My name is Ilya Petrenko, RT channel. Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a question. RT has a new social project which is called Not on One's Own, while my colleagues, journalists, help address acute issues that pop up in different parts of Russia. And I can tell you that recently, very often we encounter some crises that are due to lack of essential medicines. Ministry of Healthcare cannot agree with the supplies, but they're trying to give reassurances to the people that there are analog medicines, but it turns out that it's not okay, it's not normal, because these analog medicines are not on par in terms of quality with the original medicines, and people given to desperation trying to search for these medicines on internet. They are looking for Prinizion, for Frisium. As you can see, this is a medicine, the situation around which is being managed manually, but there are some problems with the registration. Fortum, yes, another medicine. I can go ad infinitum naming these medicines. Well, please don't do, because New Year is very soon. Yes, but people sometimes start listening after your press conference, after a harsh look from you, because they're afraid. But what we need is a systemic solution. Do you have a systemic solution? The government has come up with a systemic solution right now, and it is about to be implemented. As the government think an important component is to register new prices on medicines when auctions are held. It's one of the novelties that are supposed to be implemented in the near future. The decision has been made. I've already spoken about medicines for children. Of course, medicines for children are a priority on this list. As far as rare diseases are concerned, that require a high level of subsidies because they are the most expensive ones. Some of them are purchased in a centralized manner. But of course, we cannot rob people of the opportunity to use these medicines. These medicines have to be registered. Yet, we should not lose sight of the need to develop our own pharmaceutical industry. I've got to draw attention to the fact that in the Soviet Union, a great deal of medicines were purchased from Eastern countries, the so-called countries of popular democracy, whereas right now we're actively developing our own pharmaceutical industry. And in 90 countries of the world, we are exporting our medicines, 90 countries. This is unprecedented. And if we export these medicines there, it means that their quality has been recognized. Otherwise, they would not have been bought. I would hate to make a mistake right now, but I think the supplies stood at around $780 million. But of course, this is a delicate matter. People take time to get accustomed to new medicines, especially those produced abroad, and people have to be given an opportunity to use the medicine they're accustomed to. And the healthcare ministry has some proposals to that end, and in the near future they're going to be implemented, I'm sure. I've mentioned but a couple of them.
Question from Ufa. Can you please stand up so we can see where you are? And pass on the mic, please. Good afternoon. Bashkortostan, Ufa. This year, our republic started a huge teetotaling campaign. Go sober is the motto. The restrictions on alcohol purchases have been introduced on the September 1st, on the graduation. days and for the holidays to come as well. So recently a survey was launched in the Republic. Turned out dozens of millions of people responded, and many of them, the bulk of them, supports this initiative. Also, a campaign against counterfeited alcohol is underway. So the question to you is this. There are plenty of restrictions, and many more are in the pipeline, but maybe other steps are necessary to fight this plague. Thanks to these measures, I think hundreds and hundreds of lives have been saved thanks to this fight on the level of our region. These are people who did not got poisoned because of drinking this counterfeit alcohol. Maybe more severe punishment should be in place. Well, such measures are in place. Let me give you this. Over the recent years, an anti-alcohol campaign, a teetotaling campaign, has been underway on the nationwide level, and people are barely noticing the effects. I've just recently met the members of German business community in Sochi, in the Russian city of Sochi. You know what? Turned out that if you count the pure alcohol measure, Russia actually drinks less than Germany. This is a direct result of the anti-alcohol consumption campaign. According to the WHO statistics, one of the reasons for a longer lifespan in Russia, and let me give you this, it is 73.4% growth. It is thanks to this campaign that we get the longer lifespan. It is larger even on a year-to-year basis. So this is the most significant accomplishment to date. So one of the reasons for this is the lower alcohol consumption. Should we introduce administrative restrictions, as it happened in the 70s and 90s of the last century? Might be useful, but we gotta exercise extra caution on this, and perhaps we should engage more actively in the outreach to increase public awareness and to prompt people toward more healthy options available, options of alcoholic drinks. Perhaps some alcoholic drinks that are not strong spirits, but something with lower alcoholic consumption, like still wines. After all, wineries and winemaking industry itself is booming in Russia. So there are many measures to be taken without getting into this full, police state measures. I think we'll give the floor to the left sector now. I saw the sign of the Vedomosti newspaper. Can Vedomosti please raise a hand? Thank you so much. Mr. President, Svetlana Bocharova, Vedomosti. You used to say before that the state should follow the open internet, the free internet principle, and enable opportunities for information exchange. What do you think? Does our country follow this principle, or are we moving towards some sort of a sovereign internet? And now the second question. If you think that internet is still free, what would you say to a variety of users who are now fearful of getting punished for being foreign agents, for being qualified as foreign agents? You know, free internet and sovereign internet are not a contradiction in terms. The law you've mentioned has the single objective to prevent harmful consequences when Russia will be disconnected from the internet traffic that comes from abroad. That's the goal. That's the very idea of the sovereign internet. What I'm saying is we've got our own resources that should be stable and secure, sovereign in a way. That is the gist of the law in a nutshell. So we are not moving towards closing up internet or isolating ourselves. Now to the matter of individuals who can be qualified as foreign agents. I talked to human rights advocates recently, and I've been telling them, we have not introduced the term foreign agent. It was coined in the United States in 1938 or 1939, so it's not a recent invention. Or take Maria Butina, who is a perfect individual, who was locked up in jail in the United States without any rationale or grounds or evidence. There is nothing to be reckoned with as an evidence. And she was actually threatened with a longer imprisonment term. All right. So information agency that is acting against the law can face a longer stretch in prison. In Russia, though, we have only administrative punishments. So here's the big difference. Now, some time ago, we saw the surge of companies that were receiving money from abroad, and then they were implicating in internal into domestic policy. They tried to influence it, but every single state tries to maintain its monopoly in its sovereign affairs. If you're receiving money from abroad, if you receive foreign funding to pursue some domestic policy agenda, you should be quite open about it. You know the Russian saying, "He who pays orders the tunes." So here you have it. If you receive money from abroad, we have reasons to believe that you are following the orders from those who fund you. But let me say this, we're not closing up these companies, we're not banning them, we're just requiring them to indicate it, pure and simple. Put it in plain English that you are receiving money from abroad. What the enforcement of the law has manifested, has revealed, we need to streamline the law. This is true. There should be no way for extensive interpretation of this law, because in this way you can implicate many people, entities, and individuals who have nothing to do with foreign agent activity. And if the law wording is not clear enough, so it enables this, it should be reformulated. Now we move to the question of bodies of supervision who oversee the implementation of the law. Say an individual or a company that acts as a foreign agent. We see the situation. An individual, just a person, receives money from abroad and passes them on to a company. And on paper we see that this company has no foreign funding, although in fact it does. So the only reason is to protect us against this scenario, the way to bypass the law. I think we didn't have the floor to RAN TV. Please raise the hand, the central sector. Andrei Dobrov, RAN TV. A simple and quick question. I think you've been mentioning these things time and again. The question is about this. The word has slipped my mind. The growth of well-being of citizens. When are we to face it? We've been talking about it time and again. It's past time that the incomes start to grow. Well, I took up. Well, you can take a seat now. I've taken up the statistics on the recent data, and really, it is true that the real incomes of our citizens have been reducing, and this is a major issue, major concern for us, but we have to address this through boosting the productivity of labor and through GDP growth. That's the objective, that's the goal. All other measures are a no-go, like handing out money from the Sovereign Welfare Fund is an exercise in futility. We'll quickly run out of money, and when the oil prices swing again, we'll be bankrupt. So we need to address the fundamental issues first. And on this background, on this foundation, we can increase the incomes. Over the last year, the salary, the real income, grew up. The third quarter, on the fourth quarter, we are seeing this. But this is insufficient, clearly, and we have to pay more attention to this. We have plenty of questions about the way income is calculated itself. We've discussed what we should do as the first baby steps in healthcare and other matters, but we will address it, and this is a major concern. Yamal region, any representatives? Well, I see the Yamal rep on the left. Well, I see there are plenty of you, but let the mic the young man. He'll ask the question. All right, to a girl. Good afternoon. My name is Alisa. I'm from Yamal TV channel. You know what's the biggest advantage of the global warming is that the Northern Sea route is screwing up more open. Well, it's not going just around Russian territory, it goes right through the Russian territory. That's true. Well, we are building up the infrastructure, the ground infrastructure, the railways, but the bridge over the Ob River is stalling, and we are much concerned about this. Our governor, Dmitry Artyukov, spares no effort to make this thing a reality. And yet, we hear this thing discussed on a federal level less and less. So the question is, or rather an ask, can we use the federal authority, the federal standing in this regard? Well, let me tell you this. We have plans for development of infrastructure projects, and as governors voice these ideas, they address me personally, they addressed the government, the Ministry of Transport, and handpicking or cherry-picking a single project out of a general context is hardly a viable way to go. But the bridge that you've mentioned, the bridge over Ob River, is a pivotal link in the transport infrastructure of this region. Because opening up the ports by way of building this bridge is a crucial initiative, and it should be synced up with the growth of cargo shipping through this route. So the infrastructure should keep up, and we know this, and we remember this, and we'll pay attention to this. Alexander Gamov, I see you. One of the prominent figures of Russian journalism. Thank you very much. Komsomolskaya Pravda, newspaper and radio. Mr. President, you said you were writing a newspaper. Oh, well, you can publish it in our article. We have quite a good print circulation. Sure, we can do this. All right, we'll be expecting this. And now the question. You've mentioned that on 31st of December 1999 you have become an acting president of the Russian Federation. So it marks 2 decades as a head of state. I don't think there will be an extra press conference on this. No, you're wrong. For 4 years I've been the Prime Minister. Haven't you forgotten that there was a period when I was actually a Prime Minister? Oh, so you want to detract these 4 years from the overall tenure? Well, you know, that's a different mandate, a different term of reference. What I'm saying is that 20 years ago you've been made an acting president. All right, now what? What was the highlights? The highlights and the lowlights of your presidency, of your biography as a president? This was the first question. Now the second one. Perhaps I'll posit it this way. We know that a so-called formula of power transit have to be invented. Can we be a part of the process? Well, you can be a candidate. We want to be a part of the process so that it will be a nationwide initiative. Who might be the successor and how it might happen? Well, you know that you will hardly want to rewrite the constitution, and then again, we're not exactly eager to let you go. So it prompts the question. You've mentioned such a phenomenon as a historically important individual. Can we say that Vladimir Putin is a historically important individual? That's for the future generations to decide, not me and not us. I think that for contemporaries and for me personally, it's not exactly a question that is for me to answer. Looking back, future generations will make their assessment, what was accomplished and what was not. And I think that public opinion levels up as the years go by, and this assessment will be fair. And as for the highlights and lowlights, I think I've mentioned this again. The lowlight were the major terrorist attacks, Beslan, it's a lingering memory for me. It's the Dubrovka terrorist attack. And as for the highlights, I'd probably say not highlights, but the most substantial ones. We've just been saying that it's crucial to make the real incomes growth. Well, we haven't fully addressed the poverty issue. In 2014, we saw the lowest level of poverty in the country. And we had, when the poverty stood at 11.3% of the population, of the entire population. Now the poverty level grew up. Maybe the absolute numbers is not that big, but these numbers are actual living people. So this is the biggest issue that we need to address. But speaking in general, let me tell you this. Let's look back. What was the state of our country in the beginning of the 90s and how it is today? And I'm not even saying, I'm not even bringing up the security issues. Let's call a spade a spade. Up to 2006, we had hostilities in Northern Caucasus, a full-time warfare with aviation, artillery and heavy tanks. Up to 2006. It was a different reality. That perhaps was the reason for my reaction during my meeting with human rights activists when a prominent Asselian director, Mr. Sokorov, mentioned that maybe we should rewrite it all time and again. And I reminded them that in 1917 we did rewrite history, that we've raised the old world to the ground to build up a glowing new world. We should probably reminisce about these lines on the burial sites where mass executions took place. This is a slippery slope indeed. So now, in fact, we have internal stability and we have confidence that the country will develop going forward. The economic structure is completely different. True, we have plenty of unresolved issues. The most pressing of them being the growth of productivity rate and building up on this, the economic growth. But bear in mind that we have the lowest sovereign debt in the world. And please remember what we had in the 1990s. Inflation stands at 3.25%. In the 90s, we had 200% inflation, 300%. Many people have forgotten what it was like to live back then. Now we have a completely different quality of economy. And now we can solve our security issues on a sovereign basis. Do you remember the attitude in the society where, with assaults on the officers in the society, where people were actually attacked on the streets? And now it turned out that we actually cannot live without armed forces, and the country is proud of people who serve, people in the uniform. Now we have one of the most well-outfitted armies in the world. And it's not my personal accomplishment. It's accomplishment of the entire nation. Our embattled country, what we've went through back in the 1990s, this was a feat in and of itself. And this is perhaps was the most substantial accomplishment.
So our Japanese colleagues from Kyoto. Thank you very much. Japanese agency. I would like to ask you not about the islands, but about your approach to nuclear war. You've mentioned that the United States do not want to extend the New START treaty, and once this treaty expires, then nothing would stand in the way of a new arms race, which might lead to a potential nuclear war. Oh, I wish that would not happen. What are you talking about? And today, we are very much concerned, despite the fact that we know that you are trying to support the status quo and you are calling upon the United States to support the moratorium, but you're always saying that you will introduce mirror measures. You will reciprocate, and this is terrifying because in question of a nuclear war, this is truly unacceptable. So what do you think about that? I understand that modernization is required when it comes to arms, but you should have common sense and you should follow common sense in order to keep this strategic balance in place. And perhaps in the near future you will present a comprehensive peace initiative. Do you consider such a possibility? Maybe you could do this from Hiroshima. And as I represent Japan, people would scold me for not asking. Recent years, the negotiations on the peace treaty have reached a dead end due to the fact that Russia is concerned about the security treaty between Japan and the US. And you have commented upon this topic, and I would not like to go into detail about this, but recently, the fact that the INF treaty is not used functional, this does affect the level of our relationships because the US and Japan are talking about deploying such missiles in Japan. But at the same time, in Sochi, you told us that you are helping China to create their own unique early prevention, early warning system. And we are of the impression that there's a sort of, if not a military union, but then a close cooperation in terms of military and defense between the two countries. And in Northeastern Asia, do we have such a bloc mentality? Japan, US on the one hand, and China and Russia on the other hand. And from this point of view, is it possible for Japan and Russia to strike a compromise, to understand each other, to trust each other, so that in future we could sign a peace treaty? Thank you very much. The first thing regarding military cooperation between Japan and the United States. Well, actually, you have responded to your own question, because it was not Russia who said that the US and Japan strike a deal about the deployment of missiles. You have this information from your own sources, from American sources, so we have to take it into account, especially in the context of islands. Do we have a guarantee that new systems, new offensive weapon systems would not be deployed there by the United States? This is something that we have to discuss. this is just logical. But can we find a way out of this situation? Yes, we are trying to do this with the Japanese authorities. We have kindly and good relationships between ourselves, and we discuss it frankly. Do we have the solutions now? No, we don't. But what is the main thing, and I've already mentioned this, that we want to find a solution. That might be a different solution. As I've said once to my Japanese friends, and they liked it, this should be Sikilaki. That means a draw. If we use the judo terminology. But can we find a solution that would satisfy the public? For 70 years we could not have found one, but we are ready to advance on this track. As for unions, we do not have a military union with China, and we do not plan to create one. And the fact that Eastern Asia tries to create such a union, such an alliance, you've listed those countries, Japan, the United States. We believe this is counterproductive. This would not lead to any good. And our cooperation with China is indeed developing. And when it comes to military technologies as well, China is a high-tech country, but some issues require time to be implemented. And I believe that China can create their own early warning system. But with our help, they can do it quicker. And that would change the defense capabilities of our partner in a qualitative sort of way. But this is not an offensive system. You've provided a correct name. This is an early warning system about a missile attack. So this system functions when you are being attacked. This is only for defensive purposes. And only the United States and Russia have such systems. But this is a system that does not trigger aggression, but only serves to defend your own territory. Yes, from a question from BBC. They like us very much, so we should give the floor to them. Yes, sure. I'm anticipating your question.
Steve Rosenberg, BBC News. Господин президент, Boris Johnson по-разному отзывался.
Boris Johnson has provided different assessments of you. He once called you a cruel tyrant. He even compared you to Dobby from Harry Potter books. But what do you think about him? What impression do you have of him? And after Brexit, how do you think the relationships between our countries will change? And now that the UK is waiting for the publishing of a parliamentary report about the alleged meddling of Russia in domestic processes in the UK, we are expecting it to be published. Maybe you could tell us whether you've meddled, and are you still meddling in our politics? Thank you. As for the statements made by various politicians, by various officials about me as a head of the Russian state, you know, I'm long since used to treat this in a certain way. I know what the interests of my country are. And whoever might say whatever about me, but this has no significance to me compared to the fundamental goals which I want to achieve. Surely, we see this, we hear this, we take this into account, but there's one more remark that I would like to make. It's one thing then what a person says when they strive for power, and the different thing it is when a person says something when they are in power, when they bear the responsibility for their own country, for the economy, etc., etc. And taking into account Brexit, which you mentioned, the UK wants to develop economic ties with other countries. And British entrepreneurs mentioned this, those who work in Russia, and we believe that they are our friends, not only partners, but friends, not only investors, because they come into our economy, they create jobs, they invest into our economy. We want to support them. We want to make them feel at home. Are there any other common points? Yes. We have just recently discussed with our European colleagues the possibility of the UK being engaged in discussing the items on the international agenda that have already been mentioned here in this hall. I'm not going to list them, and the UK wants to be more actively involved in resolving those issues together with Russia. As for meddling, or no meddling. Many times our official authorities, the representatives of authorities from many countries have provided their assessments as to what is going on in Russia, and you have given your own assessment. Does that constitute meddling? You express your position as to what is going on in Russia, so it is only right that we can do the following when it comes to your countries. If you believe that this is meddling, then you can continue to do so, but I do not think that this has anything to do with meddling. The central sector. Oh, and as for what's going on right now, I can congratulate Boris Johnson on emerging victorious from this battle. And he was more sensitive to this sentiment in the British society than his rivals. So he is ready to implement all his plans when it comes to Brexit. Here we had a question about agriculture, right at the top. Agriculture, yes. The very top. Could you raise your hand, please? Yes, please. Go ahead. Agriculture. I'm here. The very center, Mr. President. The Swedish holding. My name is Marina Sevastianova. We have taken part in this press conference since 2007, and we always try to ask questions related to agriculture. And back in 2007, we were the first one who brought a placard with the name of our media, so the tradition persists. And our question is, the readers of AgroLife magazine want to speak about the modernization of agricultural equipment for farmers. What are the priorities? For example, the program 1432, the subsidies for machine building, federal leasing, beneficial credits. Would you provide additional funding? And can we avoid changing the tools that have been functioning appropriately? I will not list all the tools that you've mentioned. I guess you are familiar with them as you've mentioned them, but I guess that we need to resort to leasing more actively. This is a very flexible tool which allows our agricultural producers to work on their own market and promote their products abroad. But there are several benefits within the framework of those very tools. For example, the protection of interests of our producers on the market, especially when it comes to public procurement, and we will keep those tools in place. Some of our partners in the Eurasian Economic Union, they want to be a part of this program, which includes subsidies for public procurement. But actually that is the case, partly. But we believe that our own producers should have certain advantages And those advantages are well known. Because even considering the prices, our producers win, and sometimes there's a rule that the third person is the extra person. I guess everyone is aware of that. Yes, all those programs, and from the point of view of supporting the industry, most money is allocated for agriculture and for machine building in this sector, so we will continue doing this. 3.5 hours, Mr. President. Siberia. Siberia can't breathe properly. Please raise your hand. My name is Ekaterina Nadolskaya. I can't hear you. My name is Ekaterina Nadolskaya, Russia News. I'm from Siberia, but I live in St. Petersburg. I would like to say thank you for the Universiade that was spectacular. Our athletes are the best, and despite all those ill-wishers who slander us nowadays, we were the best. And now I want to talk about the life after the Universiade. You know that the Krasnodar region is one of the most polluted when it comes to air quality. Krasnoyarsk, not the Krasnoyarsk region. And in summer, people were suffocating on the smoke coming from forest fires, but all year round, people are suffocating on the poisonous smog. Perhaps you could feel it when you visited the Universiade. And we have a lot of plants in Krasnoyarsk, and they are inside the city, and people are protesting. They are trying to say that they are suffocating, dying, and they are building a third oncological center in Krasnoyarsk, but the authorities seem to ignore the situation altogether. Are you going to do something so that next summer this hell that we had this summer would not be repeated? And as I'm from St. Petersburg, about the Botkin hospital, it was said that doctors should not work in a dilapidated building, but the Botkin hospital is in the very center of St. Petersburg, and you promised to repair it for several years, but there's actually glass, mice, and cockroaches there. And doctors treat patients for 25,000-35,000 rubles. They promise us that they are going to repair this hospital, but nothing happens. And instead of infrastructure, there are just swans made from old tires. And foreigners even take pictures with the swans made of tires. Can you influence the situation, because that's the very center of St. Petersburg? I know that the situation is not the best. It's quite disappointing. As for plans to renovate and reconstruct this hospital, I'm unaware of those plans. I know that this is one of the oldest hospitals in the city. I will discuss it with the governor of St. Petersburg. I'm not sure whether Botkinsky Hospital is included into one of these projects that we talked about today, from the point of view of primary care, from the point of view of the development of medicine in general as part of a national project. But I will discuss this issue with the governor. Apart from this hospital, there are medical centers in St. Petersburg which adhere to global standards. For example, the Almazovsky Center. But it doesn't mean that having this Almazovsky Center in place, we should ignore other hospitals where the situation is far from being satisfying. I'm going to discuss it with my colleagues. The second thing you mentioned, the ecological situation in Siberia and in other regions of Russia. Yes, that is true. The situation is far from being satisfying. As for the forest fires, we've had many this year, including in such spots where it was very difficult to extinguish them. It's more than 600 kilometers to travel to cover on a plane, because our country is grand. But if the winds allow it, then smoke can reach major cities, and it's difficult to do something about this. As a rule, all those forest fires are man-made. Those are people who are engaged in wood production illegally. And sometimes people, just ordinary people, try to burn grass, to burn leaves, and this leads to fires. So we need to work with the people, to educate them in order not to allow these things to happen. We need to protect our forests, and several mandates would be allocated on the federal level now. For example, we talk about aviation use in forest protection, we are talking about control, we are talking about forest improvement. All these mandates would be now on the federal level. As for the ecological situation, the surface of forest, the forest coverage for 1 hectare is quite dense, but the champions are not us. The first place belongs to Canada, the second place belongs to the US, and Russia is ranked 3rd. But that doesn't mean that this is good. The problems are still there, but it's more persistent in other countries, but in Russia as well. And just in December, we had the last fires, and in February, new fires started. We have that non-stop, unfortunately, and that's a problem.
And this is an issue which is partly due to climate change, but I mentioned that at the beginning of our press conference. Now, moving on to environmental issues, as you're aware, we are introducing, as per our legislation, the best available technologies, as it were. At the first stage, 300 enterprises that produce the most negative impact on the environment are required to implement the necessary innovative programs, and this work is ongoing. 12 enterprises have already demonstrated their achievements, and they have been found in compliance, but this is far from sufficient with regard to the other 300 biggest emitters. This work is going to be continued, whereas with regard to 12 most environmentally affected cities, in particular Krasnoyarsk, I can say that the city planners are going to present their plans for city development, and they will have to prove that they're in compliance with environmental standards, and there must be some plan for Krasnoyarsk, and we are not going to leave this matter be. We're going to work on it very actively. This is a priority for our country for the coming years. Mr. President, Tatarstan, we've just recently been to Tatarstan. Veterans. First veterans and then Tatarstan. Mr. President, today we are preparing for celebrations of the 75th anniversary of the victory. Introduce yourself, please. Sergei Kamkov, President of the All-Russian Education Fund, and your confidant in the first very elections in 2000. And I'm also editor-in-chief of a newspaper. I've just been to some regions of the country, and our country conducted an investigation into how things are with veterans. And as we can see in Krasnodar region, the state of affairs with the veterans, it's terrible. In Sochi in particular, for the 16th anniversary of the victory, special housing was constructed for veterans. But today, these houses have been turned into some kind of night shelters, and people who live there, they live in terrible, destitute conditions. These houses are not maintained properly. or sometimes the authorities are housing there some third parties. They get money from these third parties. Veterans are suffering because of that. Veterans had to go to our office and complain. The Sochi administration is also raising down to the ground very good houses, even though some investors are saying that they are willing to renovate these houses and allocate wonderful apartments for veterans, and they say that the improper housing that was constructed could be leveled instead. The city administration is trying to cover themselves with some sort of decrees, allegedly they got from you, and I told them and veterans that I will never believe that the president of the Russian Federation can give an instruction or a decree that would be contrary to the constitution or run contrary to common sense, least of all the interests and welfare of veterans of the Second World War. So you'll probably agree with me that it's time the House should be set into order. The Sochi administration and Krasnodar region in particular. Apart from that, Krasnodar region is getting ready to shut down a unique school named after Mikhail Petrovich Shetinin that in 2010 you personally supported with your decree, Mr. President. This is one of the best schools in Russia in terms of patriotic education for the younger generation of citizens. This school has become an associated school of UNESCO. So officials from the Education Ministry of Krasnodar, with the support of the Russian Education Ministry, they are simply driving the school to the ground. First, they drove to death Mr. Shetinin, and right now they are simply destroying the Lyceum itself. Madam Moskalkova has joined in, and human rights advocates are also joining in this process. My question is very simple. Isn't it time to put an end to the outrageous activities conducted by officials in Krasnodar region? And we as journalists are going to monitor that. We have already submitted all materials of our research and studies to the investigative bodies as well as to Prosecutor General's office. Mr. President, I think it's time the House should be set into order to make sure that our veterans, as well as those who rear the younger generation, younger people, future patriots of our country, to make sure that they do not suffer from the atrocities of officials that at the last meeting of United Russia you're designated as those elements that you should get rid of in time. If there are any outrageous activities, any atrocities, whenever they are encountered, they should be removed. They should be put an end to. As for those houses that you've mentioned, I do not know anything about that. I do not interfere within the housing construction, even in the bigger cities such as Sochi. So you were right when you said that I didn't know anything about that. At the same time, I'm certainly going to have a talk with the governor of Krasnodar region, Mr. Kondratyev, and I'm also going to have a conversation with him with regard to the school. This is the first time I hear about it. Now, as for putting an end to atrocities in Sochi, I think this can and should be done in the nearest future. If there are any violations, any breaches, especially if that is against veterans, especially on the eve of the 75th anniversary. Recently, we removed the last mayor. A new one has arrived right now in the mayor's office in Sochi, and we're certainly going to give some guidelines to him, in particular based on the materials that you have provided. Thank you very much. Quiet, please. Yes, there is a lady there with a placard saying building bridges. Very modest. Mic to the speaker, please.
Спасибо большое. Да, ребята сейчас возьмут. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. They're going to take it. So yes, please, bridges. What kind of bridges are you building? Raise the hand, please. The lady with a placard saying building bridges. Good afternoon, Samara TV. As is known, rivers bring people apart, bridges make us closer. Recently, we saw the start of the construction in Samara, near to Klimovka. You've supported. On the one hand, there is Klimovka, on the other bank is Tolyatti. But we understand what it means for Samara, because it's a part of an international corridor, Europe, Western China. What kind of impact is this project going to have upon international cooperation? It is going to have a very good impact, because despite the increase in trade with China, despite the fact that with brotherly republics of the former Soviet Union, we have the biggest trade, still the infrastructure is lacking. And as I have previously mentioned, we are somewhat lagging behind in that sense from our friends in Kazakhstan. They have already constructed their stretch of a road to China. We are going to complete our part, in particular in terms of those bridges that you've mentioned. Thank you. Heroes of Belarus. Let's get back to that, especially in light of the fact that we've just spoken about the 75th anniversary. Yes, good. Go ahead. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to ask you a question. First and foremost, introduce yourself, please. Ivan Afanasyev, Belarus, city of Homel. Selmashevets. That's the media, yes. That's the name of the newspaper, as well as the holding company. And we hope that we will continue working in the Russian market, and I think it's going to be enough both for us and for our friends from Rostov. Well, incidentally, our producers from Belarus, our friends, are selling their products in our market, whereas Rosselmash cannot sell a single unit of agricultural equipment in the Belarusian market. Mr. President, there is a solution to that has not yet been voiced. My father was head of Selmash. If you don't mind, we're going to send this over to the administration, to the office of both presidents, ours and yours. Yes, ours and yours. First, allow me to thank you for the historic decision that you took in February 2018 when you signed a decree on post-mortem decoration of Major General Bizikov, commander of the tank army. That was my grandfather. I'd like to congratulate you on such a great grandfather. You've got very good genes. Is that all? No, I have not finished yet. Let him finish, please. Mr. President, first, allow me to invite you to the city of Homel. This year, a monument has been opened there to Bizikov and his two brothers. We see some terrible examples when monuments are desecrated, when monuments are erected to false heroes. And I know that you cannot but visit a monument, a real monument, and to pay tribute to the three brothers of Homel that sacrificed their lives for the protection of their fatherland. the public of the Homel region and Voronezh region have come up with the initiative of holding a regional meeting of heads of regions of both Russia and Belarus, on whose territory the heroes of the Homel region fought, and this initiative has been supported with the leadership of the Homel region. And such an appeal was sent to Moscow, St. Petersburg, to Smolensk, to Veliki Novgorod region. We're going to come up with this initiative once again, but if you grant your support to this initiative, so next year, on the 120th anniversary since the birth of General Brezhikov, it's going to be a very good initiative. And let me also hand you over a book about this person whom you managed to salvage from the oblivion of history, and you have got back his heroic deed to the history of the great victory. Thank you very much for this book, and thank you for the initiative. We're going to look into it. Yes, a lady there. Colleagues, please take the book. Take the mic, please. Yes, we're going to give it to the Jews, yes, as well. Yes, give the mic there, please. Oh, it's all, it doesn't matter. Yes, the lady and a yellow blues. Please raise your hand, stay where you are, and someone will come up to you with a mic. Yes, please, I'm listening. Mr. President, I'm very nervous. I'm sorry you've seen my placard. Yekaterinburg loves you very much. My name is Farida Dusareva. A network, it's an internet newspaper, free press. Where? Metro, underground in Yekaterinburg. We need a second line. Please help us. Yekaterinburg is developing very fast. It's modernizing, and certainly Yekaterinburg needs greater infrastructure. Some time ago, a decision was made that such kind of project should be implemented at using regional resources, but it's impossible. So the implementation of such kind of project certainly should enjoy the support of federal authorities. Just recently, we have discussed similar plans for Krasnoyarsk underground. They started the construction of underground some time ago there, but they had to freeze the construction works. So we've got to look into it. I'm confident that this kind of transportation is going to be in high demand in Yekaterinburg. And of course, we've got to work with the regional authorities to sort this out, and we're going to do that for sure. It's very hard for me to women's issues. Yes, and you're going to be the next. Agreed. Yes, a moment, please. Marina Valinkina, Eurasian Women's Community. Mr. President, over the recent years, Russia and abroad, we see a great many women's forums, which demonstrate to the world the immense creative power women are endowed with, and this is understood and supported by leaders of many countries, in particular ours. We've set up a women's group of 20. Madam Matvienko has already hosted twice the Eurasian Women's Forum. It is a vast force which shows that women build economies, they pursue a great many social and other projects. Women are helping establish peace, they build and foster communications that are required for you, men, to be more at ease in pursuing social and economic policies. My question is as follows, Mr. President. As a strategist, as a politician, as a statesman, a person with great charisma, do you think one day a woman can become president of Russia? And if yes, what kind of qualities is she supposed to have? Well, in terms of responsibility, capacity to govern, responsibility for the nation, for the people, these requirements cannot be differentiated between on a gender basis. There are the same criteria for men and women. Integrity, professionalism, and women can bring a woman's element to politics, less aggression, and this is certainly going to be in demand. Mr. President, I've got the following proposal. I've seen a journalist from Estonia. Yes, sorry, I promised. A moment, could you please pass the mic here? Yes, the mic here to the central section.
I can do it without a mic. Well, fine, good for you. Mr. President, my name is also Vladimir Vladimirovich. My last name is Shahidjanyan. Half of the people in this room are my students. Part of them studied in the Moscow State University on the journalism faculty. Part of them begotten children using my technique. Aren't we all share the one and the same method? Nope, we're not. 1001 Question About It is the book I've written about children rearing. And I was saying that one child in the family is great, but 3 is much, much better. Well, show me some love, show me some support, guys. And finally, Solo on the keyboard is an app, an application, which you can use to learn how to blind type. You've been talking about the digitalization. Well, thank you to Minikana, thank you to Gref. 2 people in the country supported me and implemented my application in Sberbank and in Tatarstan. And I have, well, 3 volumes full of excuses in written form. Could you support my idea that both doctors and policemen, special agents and government officials alike, would learn how to type efficiently? I think Dmitry Peskov knows this application. It would boost the productivity several times if you know how to blind type. Also, I've just written a book, Smoke to Give Up. It's one of the most acute issues. One of the most acute issues in the society. I've been a chain smoker for myself for 11 years. Besides, I've survived the Leningrad siege. I've lived through it. I was a survivor. I know this place. I've been living there. Well, if we solve the smoking issue in the society, it will help us to fight oncology, blood diseases, infertility, and many, many others. Smoking spares no one. I've tried to talk to Veronika Skvortsova. What have you tried exactly with Veronika Skvortsova? I've tried to meet her. You get me, I get you, that's a good thing, that's a good start. If you get me, I think that many other people will be able to get in touch with what I suggest. I wish you joy and happiness. Thank you. Mr. President, I've seen a journalist from Estonia. Can he please raise his name table? Okay, Sputnik News Agency. A media company that is harassed in Estonia. Good afternoon. Mr. President, 2 months ago, Sputnik Estonia faced an economic blockade. Banks have banned any transactions going to and fro Russia towards our company, our employees, our partners. And even our taxes that were paid to the tax department have been put on the freeze. Special services have pressed our landlord into discontinuing our lease. And finally, a couple of days ago, the police started to send our employees letters, which states in plain English that Sputnik Estonia, the information agency Russia Today, is facing criminal responsibility because we are foreign agents, and if our employees do not discontinue their contracts with Russia Today, we will face sanctions. I think this is unbelievable for a country that portrays itself as a democratic one. I'm asking you for help. What can Russia do for Russian journalists who fight censorship in Estonia? And can you give assessments on Estonia? Regrettably, there's little we can do. But you are doing a big and important job. And the fact that you've raised your voice and voiced up the issue will not go unnoticed. I occasionally hear things like this, and I continuously get really surprised. We are getting used of all the capital sins that we allegedly exert pressure on independent media. And yet what we see here, exactly the thing that we're accused of. This is ridiculously cynical attitude, isn't it? And making any governmental steps to curb or thwart any freedoms would prove inefficient. That's my belief. Why so? Because it will bring grist to the mill of different forces, of those who wish to push us apart, push our countries and nations apart, and we should not yield to these attempts. However unpleasant it might be, we need to peacefully push for an opportunity to work in these countries. Because you are telling the truth to your audience. There is no other way to figure out why you are facing these impediments, why are you impeded from doing your job. Apparently, there's governments afraid of your power over the minds of people. After all, freedom of information is one of the fundamental freedoms in the contemporary democratic world. Alas, it seems that nobody feels themselves affiliated with this paradigm. Sometimes they act or play to a different playbook. There's nothing to be done about it. The world's complicated, and we, on our behalf, will do everything possible to change the world to the better and try not to sever our relationship with other countries. Mr. President, 4 hours and counting. I suggest that you take 2 last questions. Shh. Hush.
Тихо, тихо, ну, пожалуйста, потише. Давайте мы...
Can we tone down a little bit? Okay. Let's take the question from this part. Over that flank. On the right. Let's say the volunteers side. Azer's national project, Laura. Mr. President, can you speak up a little bit? Mr. President, next year Russia will celebrate the Day of National Unity for the 15th time. This is a part of our heritage, a day to celebrate what we've inherited from the generations that came before us, from our ancestors and forefathers. It is thanks to this day that the youth today actually understand the importance of what our country does. Each year, on the 4th of November, youngsters can attend the We Stand United concert, and the greatest merit, the greatest award that we can imagine is your high esteem on this, on the territory of Meaning Forum. But if you attend this concert yourself, that would be the highest praise possible, and we introduce everyone present in this hall. Come and see what the Putin's generation is capable of. Mr. President, what do you think about such youth initiatives? And who can be responsible for putting together, for organizing your visit to the concert? Your visit to the concert. Well, you see the superior, my superior is here, you can talk to him, to this guy. Well, we fully endorse all of these initiatives. Our volunteer movement is a huge force. Millions of people are engaged in the effort. Just recently I've met volunteers in Moscow, and we will support these people across the board and across various fields they work in. It stands true for helping veterans, children with diseases and disabilities, human rights advocacy in healthcare, cleaning your backyard, garbage removal, etc., etc. I think a couple of days ago, ONF or some other party called to clean up the Volga River river shores. This is a specific effort, something that we can see the immediate result of, and we will support these initiatives. Just a second, there was a question about pensions. Can you please pass on the mic to this person? Can you please raise your hand? You had a question about pensions, right? Yulia Izmailova, Young Leninets newspaper, Penza. Mr. President, pensioners are anxious. The indexation of the federal pension law is enshrined in the law on pensions only up to 2024. What comes next? And who might guarantee the further indexation to the retirees? And will we will we increase the pension age again? No, we will not. We are not even discussing the possibility. It's not an option. Now, any previous efforts did not bear any impact on the already retired citizens. What we are talking here is that the state should accelerate its efforts to make the incomes of retired persons grow faster. Say, take this as a case in point. Next year, the pensions should grow 6.6%, while the inflation stands at 3.25%. That is to say that the pension indexation is progressing at twice the pace as the inflation. It is exactly in the vein of the promises we've made before. And to the second part of the question, the indexation will continue beyond the 2024.
Да, сейчас.
Там есть вон в глубине Алтай.
We see a person from Altai wishing to ask a question.
Алтай, встаньте, пожалуйста, и поднимите руку.
Altai guys, can you stand up, please, and raise your hand?
Нет, мы не игнорируем Дагестан.
No, we are not. Definitely not ignoring Dagestan. Mr. President, good afternoon. Thank you. I'm a bit nervous. I heard yesterday that here it takes 30 seconds to address the 30-year-old issues. We have the single school where Altai language is taught in Altai Krai. The school was built 30 years ago, and it is accommodated by a 30-year-old building. We've been promised to get a building of our own, but it's never happened. Could you please help us to build this school in Altai? You are referring to the city of Gorny Altai, right? Well, you see, the ancient Altai language is one of the oldest Turkic languages. In fact, it is the substrate of all Turkic languages. This is 100% true, a fact. That is to say, we need to pay much more attention to learning more about the local cultures, about their heritage and languages. And if what you're saying is true, that the school is in decrepit condition, this is unacceptable. You asked for help to preserve the school, and I promise we'll do exactly that. And the final question.
Девушка стоит с плакатом «Семья».
There's a girl standing there with a family written on her placard. Can you please raise your hand so we can see you?
Здравствуйте, спасибо.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. Thank you for letting me speak up. My name is Farida Rustamova, Russian service of the BBC. Here's my question. 4 years ago, you've been asked about your relationship with your Yekaterina Tikhanova, allegedly your daughter. You said that she's not in politics and they are not in politics. Since then, the situation changed. Company Inna Praktika, headed by Yekaterina Tikhanova and co-founded by Moscow State University, brought in over $500 million rubles last year. Now, another company with a share of it owned by your daughter uses the Sagas funds to build one of the biggest clinics in Leningrad region. Now, your old friends and government officials help them in the business. We are now seeing that these women are often on TV. Everybody knows who they are and how they look like. Now, the question, when will you recognize that they are children, your children, and they will be public, just like the children of other government leaders across the world? You've brought up issues of business now, right? You've mentioned one woman and the second one as well. But you've omitted some personal details, what they share stood at. You just stated a fact, which is insufficient. Dig up a little more, and you will find out whether they have anything to do with the business at all, whether they have any share, and whether they own anything at all, and who allegedly helps them. Now, the name Inna Praktika is raised quite often. This is an initiative of the president of the Moscow State University Board. The idea of it is all about the wish, a very reasonable one, a desire on behalf of our universities to combine, to marry the science with the actual needs of the industrial producers and the end customers within the Russian economy. We are often buying abroad, say in Great Britain, in the United Kingdom, things that we could have produced ourselves. So the idea is to align what we can produce and what our companies need. Inna Praktika, the essence of what it does is doing exactly this. and is mainly applied to the activities of Moscow State University. It has plenty of talented people, plenty of talent, who want to make your innovations known, to make it available for the public. So this is exactly the middle tier between the scientific accomplishments and the real industrial needs. And I wish every success to them. Wish them to get any tangible results in their activity. Now, the second area you've mentioned, medicine and healthcare. As far as I know, the so-called shareholders' capital is pretty much 0 rubles these days. So it's not a business, but they are dealing with cutting-edge medicine. After all, we have 200,000 people of negative population growth this year. So any causes of mortality, any causes of disease prevalence, and fighting those causes is a priority for the Russian Federation, and we can only praise and commend this effort.
Yeah, out there in the back, national something. Yeah, the national question. Could you please stand up and raise your hand so we could see you? Give him the mic, please. Where is the mic? Mr. President, I'm Dmitry Kutevin. I'm chief editor of the First Russian National Channel. This channel was created at the initiative of the Presidential Council on Inter-Ethnic Relationships. And my question is, 7 years ago, almost 7 years ago, your article, Russia, the National Question, was published. What is your opinion? In the last 7 years, has anything changed in the so-called national question? How would you evaluate the inter-ethnic relationships in Russia? Are there issues in certain regions of Russia? And my second question, just a year ago, in conclusion of your big end-of-the-year press conference, you have mandated to support our channel mythologically and financially, and a lot has been done over this year, and the government has supported us and our curators have supported us. So we want to be more actively present in Russia's regions, so that the regions would be involved and their leaders would be involved and they would cooperate with us. Could you please help us with that? You have just said that you receive support. Is that not enough? The questions of inter-ethnic relations are the most important ones for our country. We have talked about the difficult events that took place at the end of the 90s, at the start of the year 2000, when we basically had civil war. We have active military actions in the Chechen Republic, and many people have suffered as a result. This is a result of a bad status of our inter-ethnic relationships. That people not only in North Caucasus, but in other subjects of Russia as well, they still have this historic memory due to their eviction. Then they were taken out to Kazakhstan in transportation, which was actually meant for animals. And many people have suffered as a result, and we should not allow such things to happen. And we have not had any events that could lead us to such tragedies. It is very important for future generations of Russian politicians. It's important to understand that the public opinion would not allow us to make decisions that could break this inter-ethnic unity, inter-ethnic harmony. My second point is that we need to support all such structures in the media, in the public sphere, especially those organizations that tend to smooth over any conflicting points, any disputes on the inter-ethnic level, because life is complicated, life is diverse. We have a very complicated country, and people representing many ethnic groups live here, and we forget about many things. We have disputes with Ukraine. There's a Ukrainian identity, and it has been formed, and Count Pototsky actually helped form this identity. He was a famous explorer and writer and scientist, and he was the first one to talk about a separate Ukrainian ethnic group. Then there were other Polish research papers that actually classified Ukrainians as non-Slavic. They have crossed them out from the list of Slavic people. They believe that those were the successors of nomads, of nomad tribes. But we need to know the truth. At a certain point, we saw the emergence of some elements of identity, of national identity, and we respect that. Especially inside our country, just a representative of the Altai region talked about problems with schools. Unfortunately, we have a lot of problems with languages, with cultures, with traditions. We do not pay enough attention to those questions, and every single person living in Russia should feel that this is their home and they do not have another home. Thank you very much. I would like to wish you a happy new year. We need to close this conference because we've spent so much time here. Thank you very much.
Вот один вопрос, последний. Владимир Putin, пожалуйста, Владимирович, про московское дело хотел спросить. Обратите внимание на дело Константина Котова, который сидит сейчас в 4 колонии по московскому делу. Он ничего не нарушал. Вот по той дадинской статье.
Я же говорил, что встречались.
Они просто не называли переводе.
Я посмотрю, я вам слышу, что значит, во многих странах гораздо более жесткие нарушения подобного рода. За несанкционированные мероприятия публичные, а к ним относятся, потому что перекрытие границ в некоторых странах до 10 лет лишения свободы. У нас все гораздо мягче. Хотя, конечно,
он не угрожал Владимиру Владимировичу, не кидал ничего. Он просто вот
я сейчас не говорю, там угрожал, не угрожал. Может быть, он делал это неоднократно. Кстати говоря, во всех правовых системах за неоднократное нарушение одного и того же неоднократные нарушения ужесточает ответственность с административной перекрутной головы. Но я, тем не менее, посмотрю.
Посмотрите,
да,
на его
спасибо.
текст. Хорошо.